Hey guys, is your comm on? The camera up on the wide is saying it's not working. Oh, you know what? It might be unplugged from the wall move yesterday.
Did the introduction yesterday morning.
Yep. From Pasqua Farms.
Yeah.
That I see you to say thank you again for the appointment to SAS Power Board. I am, what, 7 years?
Like a layup. Brad Wall will be on the launch pad for Coffee Chat in 5 minutes.
And a water. Yeah. Okay. He'll need a coffee, eh?
Saskatchewan has always been innovative, But what we can do today is to leverage the ecosystem that is already in place.
Part of purpose at Deloitte is to make an impact that matters. And what we're doing with food and fertilizer here in the province, we're helping to feed the world.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Canada's Farm Show Launchpad presented by Deloitte. This is undeniably the biggest stage for the best in agriculture. I would like to begin this morning by acknowledging that we are on Treaty 4 territory, the original lands of the Cree, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. If you were here yesterday or the day before, welcome back. My name is Sherilyn Jolly-Nagel, and I'm your host for Canada's Farm Show Launchpad. I farm with my family southwest of here, near Mossbank, Saskatchewan. On our farm, we grow lentils, canola, and durum, and so far, dare I say it, things look really good. We do not have too much rain yet, so I don't want to turn off the taps. But I did call, it was my birthday yesterday, and the thing I asked for was some sunshine, and it came for us today. So I see there's probably a whole lot of farmers that are outside spraying today, just like my family. So when I'm not on the farm, you'll find me out on the speaking circuit, talking about all things agriculture related. And for 25 years, I've worked on advancing policy initiatives, including issues like trade, transportation, global trade, and public trust. All issues that affect my home farm, here in my home province, in Canada, and around the globe. But today, I am psyched to be your host for all the shenanigans that will take place here on the Launchpad stage. Today is Education and Young Farmers Day, sponsored by Farm Credit Canada. Once again, we have a stellar lineup of speakers for you. We have an Ag Talk with Landon Fulman with FCC Ag Expert, a panel discussion and career fair, a Morris product launch presented by Deloitte, and to kick off this fun-filled day for young farmers, join me right here while I have a neighborly cup of coffee with a young Saskatchewan rancher named Brad Wall. Please give him a round of applause as he makes his way up on stage. As he saunters his way upstage.
Young.
Brad Wall was the 14th Premier of Saskatchewan from 2007 to 2018. During that time, Saskatchewan added over 60,000 new jobs and broke population growth records, adding over 160,000 people. Brad.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Good music that was playing. Did you guys catch who that was?
Do you want to give a formal plug?
Sure.
Let's give a formal plug.
So that was a young fellow by the name of Coulter Wall playing. Thanks for the chance to give him a plug, because if you stream his stuff or buy a shirt or buy a mug, there's
get profit?
There's a reasonable chance you're supporting his cow habit, which helps our yearling operation. So, LaHondaRecords.com.
Very good. And I know everybody here is very familiar. I was just going to make the introduction real simple and say Coulter Wall's dad. Coulter Wall's dad.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm in the driver's seat this morning, and they gave me the opportunity to put together an introduction for you.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I went down a Wikipedia trail.
Oh, no, don't. Wikipedia is like open source. Anybody can write anything on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I know. I found some fun things, actually. So I thought, rather than me picking and choosing, and I get every opportunity I can to come and hear you speak, I do. And I learn something new every time somebody reads a bio or an introduction of you. But I was more curious, rather than me picking and choosing some highlights, I would be so much more curious to know how you would introduce yourself. And I don't want to shirk my own responsibilities as moderator, but do it yourself. How would you introduce yourself?
Well, I don't know if this is cliche or not, but it's the truth. I would introduce myself as Tammy's husband and Megan, Coulter and Faith's dad. But I would also say this, with a full heart and very sincere heart, I am the luckiest guy you know. I'm blessed. I got to do my, starting with family, obviously, first, but then I got to do my dream job for about 10 years. And if somebody would have told me then that whatever you do after this job in politics, you are going to enjoy as much or more, I would not have believed them, because it was my dream job. And that has in fact been exactly the case. So I'm very, very fortunate. And I guess what I'm sort of doing now is just pretty much a silent partner in this little yearling operation. And then I have a consulting business that I started right after politics. And my biggest relationship in that consulting business is with Osler, Hoskin and Harcourt, a national law firm. And one of my colleagues, Neil, is here today, who focuses in part, anyway, in addition to corporate law, but also on agribusiness. And that relationship has been very rewarding. And we're now into year 5 of that one, so that is a long-winded way of how I might introduce myself now.
No banjo playing?
No.
Start with that?
I only ever knew the one lick, right? I knew that one lick, that Deliverance lick. I knew I needed something for that rider video she's talking about, if you saw it. And remember what the setup to that video is I think we'd won Labor Day. This is 2013, but we'd won the Labor Day game. I say we, because we all really contribute when the riders win, right? But then they lost the Banjo Bowl. The riders lost the Banjo Bowl. And the hate that was coming through Twitter and my own social media from people who were convinced that my banjo playing cursed the team from being able to win. It's true, absolutely true. And then after the end of the season, I was still getting hate for playing the banjo and ruining their chances in the Banjo Bowl. On that video, that I would remind them, well, we won the Grey Cup that year in 2013. We won. Doesn't seem to matter. They were all still mad. And basically, I had people giving me very creative instructions as to what I should do with my banjo.
Aww.
Yeah.
So you just graciously hung it on the wall instead.
I only ever knew the one lick. I could kind of strum along to Wagon Wheel, which, anyway, and do that one lick from Deliverance. And
We should have had anybody got a banjo on them? No.
No, please no.
I appreciate your humble introduction, and I'm a little bit embarrassed because for a number of years, I went around having conversations with other farmers and helping them to feel obligated to tell their story.
Yeah.
And we would start with the elevator pitch. Does everybody remember the learning to do an elevator pitch? You have to kind of memorize 30 seconds of a summary of yourself and your farm and be prepared to regurgitate that when you meet somebody in order to make a good impression. And I've realized really and truly that the most effective way to introduce myself is a farmer, and then pause. And that's been the most effective introduction for me, minus any of and all of the other colorful things we can say about ourselves.
Well, it opens up to a much wider conversation, especially if you pause. Whoever you're being introduced to is going to want to fill the pause, and you'll be able to talk about the thing you're passionate about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've known each other for many years, and what I enjoy about our conversations is how we always seem to manage to intersect two of the most fun topics out there, politics and agriculture. So I thought we should today make the connection between politics and agriculture, but in order to do that, I want to start by pulling those two things apart.
Sure.
Let them stand on their own. So we'll start with politics, which is a fun game for me to play and to watch. But what I notice in conversations at farm shows, at coffee shops, with my friends and family, is there isn't a real clear distinction about what the role of government actually is. I hear often, they should take care of the roads, they should do better negotiations, they should, etc. And I'm wondering from where you sit, what is the role of politics? What's the role of government?
Sure. Well, the role of government in agriculture, I think, is twofold. I think it's both defensive and it's offensive. So when you talk about risk mitigation strategies, when you talk about the suite of programs that are funded federally, provincially, agri-stability, those are you can make the case, maybe not so much agri-invest, but you can make the case that those are a little bit about playing defense, about protecting the industry, and trying to get us to a level playing field, because as long as the U.S. has a farm bill, which will be, by the way, always, notwithstanding Democrat, Republican, they will always have a farm bill in some iteration that goes through the Congress, or that goes through their Congress, and is signed by the president. And it means that they will have a certain basic level of support, those producers down there, with whom we compete, certainly, for markets. And so not only the United States, but countries around the world have these programs, and it's, I think, then incumbent, even though nobody, I think we would rather have less government involved in any sector. I personally would. I think the base role for government, for politics and agriculture is that sort of protective, sustaining level of programming. And then on the offensive side, I think it's always about opening up markets. Well, a couple things, I guess. Advocacy. Governments at the federal level, at the provincial level, should be advocating for a sector as important as agriculture is to this country. They should be defending against those NGOs and other forces externally, and sometimes it's other countries, who like to spread misinformation or tell pretty important and detrimental fibs about our sector. But then they should also be about promoting the opening of new markets. You know, when we were first elected in 2007, some folks from our trade branch sat down with us, and maybe Alana, when she was Deputy of Agriculture, was at that meeting, I think, and we were talking a little bit about where do our exports go in Saskatchewan currently. And at that moment, 2007, we were about 60% dependent on the United States for all of our exports from Saskatchewan. That seems like a lot, and it is a lot. But we were the second least dependent of all the provinces on the U.S. as our export market, second only to British Columbia. And so part of our strategy, part of our growth plan was then, how do we lower that dependency? By the end of, I guess, my time there, we were closer to about 51%, still very dependent, and the growth had all occurred in the Asian area. In the Pacific area, that's where most of the growth had come in, and a lot of the growth in exports had come in agriculture. And so there's a role for government, provincially and federally too, to be promoting the development of new markets. Notwithstanding our prodigious and helpful trade with the U.S., we need to be looking to grow that, especially in agriculture. So there's a couple of roles. You got to have some competitive programming to be there on a protective basis. You've got to defend the industry, and you should be trying to open up new markets. That's a role for government. In Asia especially, because our trading relationship, am I going too long? No. Our trading relationship with the United States is mature enough that it's business to business, as you know, or it's sector to sector. But in Asia, the government piece matters. It really does matter, and I was told that after the first few missions there, even prior to leaving. There's a lot of state-owned companies over there. There's a lot in Saskatchewan. There's a lot of government involvement in the trade relationship, and they like to sit face-to-face with a national or subnational, provincial leaders, state leaders. They welcome that as well. And we could go on a little bit about the politics of that back home, because when you go on a trade mission, it's great fodder for Coffee Row. The costs are made public, and it's never cheap to go, and it's really important that Saskatchewan do these things, that our government be involved. And the federal government right now is working on a trade deal with ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian countries, as well as Indonesia. Those are huge markets for us. And so while we have a number of disagreements with the federal government, rightly so, we as a sector, agriculture producers, and as a province should be saying, good on you, please get that agreement done. That can only be better for Saskatchewan agriculture and food, fertilizer, and fuel.
It was more clear to me, even 10 years ago, the role of provincial government versus the role of federal government. But that's become rather unclear and a bit more ambiguous. How do you suggest we sort out where the leadership should come from, federally versus provincially, and maybe even in some cases municipally?
I think you're right. It's a really important question, the answer to which has changed, I think, markedly over the last while. But there are some sort of lasting truths involved in this answer, and that is that whoever the federal government is in Canada, whoever the federal agriculture minister is, they got to worry about it all. They got to worry about every agri-food product that comes out of this country, and imagine the diversity of that job. They got to worry about lobster and salmon, and I think the difference is that the provincial governments and our provincial government can focus on our agriculture. And I know they do that when they're negotiating our part of agri-stability, or when they're at the table, when we're trying to develop new risk mitigation products, new crop insurance products. It's about Saskatchewan. And that was our case when I was there. We were trying to improve and develop crop insurance, for example, whether it's rainfall or whether it's LPI, livestock price insurance, sort of new innovations in that area that maybe Ottawa wouldn't have thought about, notwithstanding the fact that the province makes those decisions on the crop insurance, though it's a joint program. But still, it's a good example. That's probably not pinging on a radar in Ottawa, where it is here. I think as well, the federal government can take, through its agriculture policy, could take a much broader view. I'm not sure they do, by the way, but they could take a broader view of the transportation issue. Mm-hmm. So I remember 2014, that was an existential challenge for the ag sector on the prairies when we couldn't move our product. And so we did lobby. I think Lyle Stewart was the minister then. We lobbied the federal government. I think Ritz was the minister on that side of things, and they made some changes to the National Transportation Act and some other things that we want a federal government to be looking at in those, not just in those circumstances, but more generally. So I think you go issue by issue. You can say, well, that's a national issue, and hopefully Ottawa's got their stuff together. But this, we need to focus on. This is about prairie agriculture. This is about Saskatchewan. And I think that's true, and by the way, trade engagement as well.
I think every issue that you've brought up, trade and transportation, all require building relationships with all of us in these various levels of government. My farm, as well as your ranch, be very similar. About 1,700 kilometers to the Port of Vancouver.
Yeah.
So before we can engage in those global transactions, we have this very localized transportation system, then this provincial transportation system, and a national transportation system, and onto the globe. All of those pieces of the puzzle are not working really well at the moment.
No, they're not. And there's a risk, we're one bridge on the West Coast away from something that would be really, really bad.
Yeah.
Much worse than the situation I was just talking about from years ago. So you're right. And we've never really, there is a role for the federal government, right? And I'm sure provinces would partner if there was a meaningful and manifestly effective approach to transportation infrastructure investment, and especially at the port itself. I think I said these things publicly when there's always a potential strike or some sort of labor disruption that, not always, but often it's looming, and of course it would hold agriculture hostage, and this isn't a particular popular thing, but there's been a few private members' bills try to get through Ottawa over the years to declare those port workers essential services, and I think it should happen. When we formed government in 2007, one of the first things we did is there's certain things that are essential services. And you need to respect collective bargaining, and even when something's declared an essential service, you need to accommodate, respect the rights, the reasonable rights of workers. There's no doubt about it. But there are certain things that are essential, and that require, in the interest of the public good, to be deemed as such and protected as such. And I think, our reputation around the world as a timely supplier of food, especially, is worth protecting in that way. I remember back to that transportation challenge that I was referring to earlier. We lost for the first time, since Elvis was not just only alive but still thin, Japan as a customer for wheat for a time. That's how serious. We've kind of maybe for the folks that didn't know about it, and some who remembered it, who may have remembered it but forgot about it. Think about how serious that is. that long-standing customer just couldn't abide the unreliability of our supply. So, I mean, you're right. You live a long way from the port, and so do I, and so transportation is pretty important.
Okay, we've put some parameters around the role of government, what it could be and should be. What is the role of agriculture, and has that changed over time? As a farmer, I think when I would have conversations with my grandpa, he didn't have the same parameters around the role of agriculture. It was very much to, how do I do the best job and make the best decisions to transfer this to the next generation? And now I think farmers are seeing that our role is to feed the world, to drive the economy, which it always was, but we didn't feel that pressure. So what now is the role of agriculture, and has that changed?
The role of agriculture today, maybe more than ever, is that we continue to find and use our voice, right? Agriculture has always been a source for policy development. I think, while political parties were sort of born out of agrarian movements in this province as well. So I think there's always been a ready connection and an effective connection between farmers and policymaking. All sides of the spectrum. So that needs to continue. And I'm not sure we all recognize how important agriculture is. Think back to the time when Donald Trump's the president and he's announced that he's basically starting over on NAFTA. Pretty scary time for us in agriculture, pretty scary time for Canadians who we need to, I mean, we can't eat all those lentils, we need to sell them somewhere, and maybe not all to the United States, but still, I mean, we need to trade. So the Prime Minister at the time is Trudeau, and to his credit, he reaches out to premiers and says, if you have contacts, either through trade associations or state governments or in the state, some point of contact that will then advocate for, on our behalf, even though they're American associations, or will advocate for some sort of replacement, some sort of free trade agreement replacement for NAFTA, would you do that? And we did. I went down to Iowa and spoke at the state capitol. We met with farm groups there. And it became abundantly clear at that meeting, and also if you watched Trump's own travel itinerary when he was kind of making both when he was running for president and on a bit of his NAFTA or anti-NAFTA tour, well, he was going to places like the Midwest, he was going to places like Wisconsin. Why Wisconsin? Because of the importance of agriculture, specifically dairy, to trade with Canada. So, and in Iowa, we were hearing firsthand from associations covering the spectrum of agriculture that was that they understood that to be the case, that, you know, the U.S. government was really interested in what agriculture was saying on the trade issue, and thankfully what agriculture was saying is, let's not screw this up with more protectionism than we have already by not having an agreement. Yeah. So I just really think it's important for us to remember the strength of the voice in this room and the importance of the voice in this room. Not just because of who you represent, maybe most importantly because a whole bunch of families in rural Saskatchewan and rural Canada that you represent, but because of the impact that you can have on politicians, and you know, you can really make a difference. So that we should find our voice. We should also, I would say this, we should also learn the cautionary tale of oil and gas. And some of you have heard me talk since politics, and if you're bored of me saying that what I'm about to say, I don't really care, because, you know, you just got to keep repeating it. If you could get in a specially equipped time-traveling DeLorean and drive back in time, let's say 20 years ago, and meet with the CEOs of some of Canada's successful oil sands and E&P, exploration and production, or conventional companies, and pipeline companies, anyone in that oil and gas business, and tell them in 20 short years, Canadian oil will be successfully branded globally as dirty oil, dirtier than North California oil, which objectively it is not, dirtier than Venezuela oil, which objectively it is not, a worse footprint than Saudi Arabian oil that has a human rights baggage that we all are aware of. They wouldn't have believed you. If I was in their shoes, I don't know if I'd believe. How could this happen? How could we get to the point where our oil could be branded thusly, and we can't get a pipeline built in this country? Well, that did happen. It absolutely happened. Now we got about a $30 billion pipeline. It's the only one that we're going to get built, and the government had to nationalize it. So, is there a lesson for us in agriculture? Yes, there is. The NGOs that help brand Canadian oil thusly, they don't much like what we do in agriculture either. They don't like modern agriculture. They got similar issues that I don't think are well-founded. They're not founded on fact from an environmental perspective. But we all know the attacks that come on agriculture in the name of climate change, and certainly on the cattle side. I'm more aware of it perhaps now than I was in my old job. So I guess we need to, in agriculture, learn the lesson. There's a body at the door of the of the room we're in, and we know what happened to it. And are we going to learn the lesson from it? Are we going to advocate? Are we going to be proactive? Are we going to defend our sector? Are we going to do the things that we know? We're going to tell our story. Are we going to maybe spend a little money to tell our story? Because their Tide Foundation has a lot of money. Yep. I mean, so I just think we have to be vigilant about this, and we have to remember how effective this can be. I mean, and think about the fertilizer mandates. Think about the pushback both in Europe, and I think this, the Fed said, well, we weren't really going to do that anyway here. I don't believe that. I think the pushback, the effective political pushback, and hearing from Canadian farmers who are frankly more sympathetic to Canadian voters than guys in the oil and gas industry, and I love them both, but true story. So I think the pushback, or when that trial balloon was let out by the feds, I think people like you help push that back, and we need to keep doing that.
I've been naive many times in my ag policy career. Two that I would highlight are two you just mentioned. I had no idea that in my farming career I'd ever have to worry about NAFTA. I just took that for granted, truly, that we would always have an open relationship with the United States and Mexico. So I took that for granted and was shocked when we were under those discussions. And the use of fertilizer. Never in my prediction would I ever have imagined that we would have a conversation about fertilizer. So we're still talking about politics and agriculture, and what is the role of government in agriculture? Is there something that we're taking for granted right now that we should be more proactive about? What's next? What's the target? What else is coming at us that we need to learn these lessons for?
I think the target's very general. I think it's mostly about environment and climate change. And so whatever story we have to tell, nitrogen fixing crops, sequester by grassland, whatever the story that we have to tell that counteracts this narrative, or that meets this narrative about agriculture and climate change, we need to be on our front, we need to be front-footed about that.
So what should...
Oh, here, can I go on a shorter rant? It won't be as long as my other rants.
Okay.
So we all, everybody was loving the paper straws now, and the bag. We've done that in this country in the name of, in part, I'm going to oversimplify a little bit, not much, in the name of saving, doing some good environmental work, for example, maybe saving an ecosystem, oceanic ecosystems that are at risk around the world. A worthy cause, a compelling cause. We should all be concerned about that. I think we could make the case. I think the case could easily be made that an ecosystem right in our backyard is at greater risk than some of the oceanic ecosystems for which we now sacrifice the ability to drink a milkshake. And that is the grasslands, the North American grasslands. In Saskatchewan, we had not very long ago, I think it was about 60, my facts might be a little bit off here, but over 60 million acres of native grass. And now we have 13. 60,000 acres of native grass successfully sequesters 2 million tons of CO2. So if CO2 is your thing, and I'm not sure it's mine, but if CO2 is your thing, you should be concerned about that sequestration. And if you're worried about an ecosystem, you should be asking, how is this grasslands ecosystem preserved? Well, there's one reason for grass And that's to feed a cow, because the bison are gone. It was about 30 to 40 million bison, and they were the keystone species that kept that grassland ecosystem healthy. And it's been replaced now by cattle, by grazers, not just cattle. So in order to preserve the grassland that's left, you have to go, well, who's the steward then of it? Well, it's the rancher. And so as I've said to certain folks and on social media, if you want to, use a paper straw to save the ocean ecosystem, God bless you. If you'd like to save the grasslands, have a burger or a double burger. But that's the kind of, that's the kind of advocacy. And the Canadian Cattle Association is doing a good job. Cattle are also pretty helpful in terms of forest management. We're finding out there's a documentary about that on their YouTube channel. There's the Guardians of the Grassland that sort of talks about the thing that I'm referencing. But we have a story to tell on the environment. And not just obviously on the cattle side, arguably a very compelling one on the crop side, but we need to tell it. We need to be proactive about it.
So is there something, let's use grasslands as an example. Is there something the government should do to support grasslands? And I cautiously use the word support because I want those decisions to be left in the hands of the owners of the land, of the caretakers of the land. But government is looking to help, is looking to be involved, so they're hearing the concerns from the public, so they want to be involved. It's our job to communicate how best they can do that. What does that look like?
I don't think I would want government involved in deciding what is when is it appropriate or not appropriate to break up marginal land or grassland. I honestly don't. I think producers need to make that decision. The sector will make that decision. There are a lot of non-government organizations now that are willing to fund grassland preservation. The Saskatchewan Stock Growers Association, the foundation, is involved in helping to deliver some of those funds that have been set aside or raised by private sources. I think that's fair. I think that's probably healthy. But I don't think I would want government saying, you can't break that land up and you can break that land up.
Yep. I view government in the long list of risks that farmers face. I put government regulation, government intervention, government involvement into that long list of risks that we face.
Right.
When I'm talking even to our kids at home at the kitchen table about the future of our farm, we talk about risk, always. We talk about whether or not we enjoy the risks that are coming at us and whether or not we have the talent and the ability to mitigate those risks.
Right.
So what can be done at the various levels of government to help farmers mitigate the realities of risk?
Well, right in the question is an important word, risk. I think I think the insurance, the quiver full of arrows that is crop insurance is a really good place to start.
Yeah.
And there's a role for government there, as we've already talked about. And I think one of the things that we didn't get a lot of attention maybe in our time in government, I know it's still happening now, Dave, but there is the government has a continuous improvement approach to crop insurance. It really does. What are we? The question is always asked: what are we missing? What risk mitigation is needed that we don't offer currently to producers? And there have been, there was in my time some significant changes. We touched on them all already, and now I'm on the other end. I'm on the business end of it and taking out rainfall insurance, or we call it rainfall insurance, but it's kind of no rain insurance, isn't it, Dave? And the same is true for livestock price insurance, for example. And a year like this, we have a yearling operation, and Coulter basically makes all the operational decisions. But when you're buying grassers this year, you realize, well, we did really good last fall, but boy, look now, because of that, look at the price we're looking at for this year. This is not a small amount, and you swallow hard, and you kind of then you look around interestingly when prices are high, then you look around and say, okay, how can we mitigate this risk? And well, now in Saskatchewan, and it wasn't always the case, but there's livestock price insurance. And maybe you want to insure it at the cost, which is not a bad plan, or maybe you want to do a little better than that. If you want to, depending on the premium you want to pay, but you have that option. So I think we need to be encouraging when our government, as our government is today, looking at crop insurance from a continuous improvement perspective. Let's encourage that. It's not probably ever going to be heard on a doorstep. You're not going to be knocking on a doorstep at Saskatoon Riversdale if you're a candidate for the governing party in Saskatchewan and have someone say, I wasn't going to vote for you, but man, I really loved what you did with that rainfall insurance. So it changed, give me a lawn sign. So it's this kind of thing you have to be proactively encouraging your local representatives about, that kind of agriculture policy that isn't headline getting, but boy, is it ever helpful when you live in a place and you're in our agriculture sector, and you live in a place and someone in that building over there is thinking about continuous improvement for risk mitigation. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Today at Canada's Farm Show is Young Farmer Day,
Yeah.
and I have some
Is that why? That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have some even more sad news.
Yeah.
I've aged out. They don't consider
Doesn't
me
it go up
a
to
farmer
40?
anymore.
Doesn't it go up to 40?
45 as of yesterday. So now I don't get to be in the Young Farmers
Well, happy birthday.
program. Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm still sad.
Yeah.
So neither politics really or agriculture is emphasized strongly enough with our young people. And in fact, I don't meet very many young people that would consider agriculture or politics, as you mentioned, to be a dream job. That was your dream job, so
Yeah, it
you're a
was.
weirdo.
Yeah.
But how
Taking a turn for the worse.
How would we ever encourage young people to consider, we've talked that there's an intersection between government, politics, and the agriculture sector, and that it's a necessary one. So we need young people that are excited and energetic about both of these career opportunities, but we're doing a terrible job of showcasing government as a career that any kid would want to go into.
And yet they do, right? Yet there's still people that are getting involved in the youth wings of political parties in Saskatchewan. And yesterday, Jason and I at the Hotel Sask, we ran into a couple of, I thought were young farmers, but they had one of them he was a nephew to one and a son to the other. His name is Jack Churn, that's his name. They farm up around Lloydminster, and they were talking about both how Jack and his brothers really, they want to be in agriculture. And I see it when we've moved out to Cypress Hills, and we're involved in that much more in a much more sort of rural way than we ever were. And in Brandings, people have gone to North Forks because there just isn't enough kids to wrestle anymore. Except there seems to be a more and more in the 4 branding seasons that we've been going to them, and we'll be at one again on Friday. It'll still be Forks, but there's more. There seem to be more young people around, and young adults that are wanting to, including my son and his partner, that they want to be in agriculture. So I don't know if that's a very good answer to your question, because you talk about the young farmer qualification. FCC has, is that their number? Is it 40 or 45 for FCC?
I don't think anybody thinks of a young farmer over 45.
Okay. Still pretty young from my side of the fence, but
We could change it. Maybe
Yeah.
we could adjust the numbers
But
as I grow older.
But there are those programs, including sort of preferential rates through FCC had that one. I think other programs have young farmer, young producer perspectives. I hope those continue, because the biggest challenge is succession, right? That's the biggest challenge. And it's especially true. It's true for all agriculture, but I think it's sometimes, certainly in a low price environment, it's really acute for ranches that are trying to figure out how do we retire and have the quality of life that we want and not burden our kids with a cost for a farm or ranch that just makes it never pencil out. So I think those are all these challenges. And in politics, I do think young people are getting involved. I look at the slate of candidates that are running in the provincial election for different parties, and I still follow it a little bit, maybe not nearly as closely as I did, and I think young people are getting involved. I hope that's the case.
Well, you're not really answering my question.
No.
I'm going to ask it different.
All right.
What are some good qualities, notable skill sets of someone who would be good in politics? Because we all meet people and we
Yeah.
think, well, they would be good in politics.
Yeah.
And it's usually a bit of an insult. Because like, well, they're a talker. Oh, they don't know how to answer the question. We're like, they'd be good in politics. We never finish it well. It's never a compliment, right? No one says you'd be good in politics and you're like, well, yeah. So what are the qualities and notable skill sets of people who would be good in politics? There's a whole table of people here that are like,
Well, I
we don't know. We're in it, but we don't know.
I really disagree with the premise of your question,
Oh,
but I'll try
you
to.
could be good at politics.
I'll try to answer it
Okay.
anyway. I think, and first of all, you're right. I mean, we've long lived in a world where the perception of politicians has not been that great. I remember when we first got elected, when I was first elected in '99, we were all pretty pumped. We weren't supposed to come as close as we did. We almost formed the government in 1999. We actually won the popular vote. Party was only 2 years old. I was a candidate for Swift Current. So pumped, so jacked to be at my first meeting in the legislative building, in that caucus room. And Alwyn Hermanson, our leader, did a very wise thing. I think he could sense that we're all kind of feeling pretty good about ourselves.
Okay.
And he handed out a poll that had been done recently, some sort of U.S. poll, where respondents to the poll were asked to rate certain careers by reputation, sort of by honor. And politicians weren't last. We were third last. We beat out used car salesmen and arms dealers.
Arms dealers are
Arms
way
dealers.
above now.
Yeah.
Way above now.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Arms dealers
Yeah.
have moved up. So, but it was a great thing to hand out because the most important quality you can have in politics is humility. It's to be humble, because you are applying for a job at the local level, at the provincial level, at the federal level, or maybe in an elected position in your trade association or whatever it is, or your RM council. You are applying for a job of what? Public service. So, what's the best approach to serving any cause or people? It's humility. And I think when I was in our time in government, when we forgot a little bit about that, that's probably where we made mistakes. Some of the best moments that we had in government was when we did make a mistake, and we would go out and say we made a mistake, and apologize and try to fix it. Those were, strangely enough, those were some of the best moments. Those were the media scrums that I was really never looking forward to do, knowing, okay, I think library funding was one, Tina. This was not the right thing to do. So you have to have you have to have the willingness to walk out into that media scrum and say, we really screwed that up, and here's how we're going to fix it, and here's how we're going to try to avoid that from happening. And as hard as that scrum was at the beginning, you felt really good after. It really, really felt good. It felt. I think this mistake just became one of the highlights of our brief time in the grand scheme of government in Saskatchewan. So I think humility is important because it'll make you a better public servant. It'll continue to going back to the people. Because if you're truly humble, you're going to be wanting to. You're going to be thinking, all right, I think this is the right thing to do. We've had this discussion. We've developed this policy, but maybe we ought to just make sure. Let's check with the folks that sent us, and then you're gonna want people that are willing to put themselves out there a little bit, and you can be both humble and willing to do that at the same time. You want people who are articulate. You want people who are intelligent. What about you? I think you should run.
That's mean.
What do you think?
That's really mean.
Yeah.
I know he just doesn't like me at all. I should run.
So now, how does that feel to be like below an arms dealer?
Okay, look. Yeah, but I'm also a farmer, which is at the top of the list,
Yeah.
so they balance out.
I think nurses are at the top of the list.
Nurses?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give it to them. Teachers too.
Mm-hmm.
I will challenge you a little bit. I like your answer, humility. I take credit for drawing that out of you. Humility, okay. But what I find in the political game, the political arena, is before you get to be a good politician, you have to go through the election process, which can be terrifying. And I think what we ask of candidates, who we ask them to be, what we ask them to do to get elected, to show that they're humble, is the opposite of that.
It's true. It's actually true.
So let's erase the electoral part and we just go to a dictatorship. No?
Isn't that Justin Trudeau's position? Didn't he admire the basic dictatorship that is China?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like.
Well, no, it's true. I mean, one of the reasons someone had pointed out that I had said publicly when I started that last job was that if I was lucky enough to be able to serve a decade, that would probably be about the time when we would need, the party would need renewal and the government would need renewal, and maybe I would need renewal. And sure enough, that turned out to be true. But I just, it's really important to remember about the importance of civility in politics, to your point, because what probably helped seal the deal for my decision was how toxic things were getting and how personal things were getting in politics, and not just for me or our party, but people at every level, people on all sides of the spectrum. The anonymity that's provided by social media has been a very bad thing for politics. Because you can say anything, and you can repeat it, and very sort of personal, harsh thing, untruths, and you sort of get away with it. And and I've been out now 6+ years, and it's gotten actually worse. So I feel for people that are still involved in politics, and I'm grateful that they're still involved. So what can we do about it? Well, I mean, we could not participate, even in sort of gratuitous shots at, say, the ones we find easier to target. Like for me, I get tempted to X a few things about the federal government, about Stephen Guilbeault and inconsistencies, and I still do, and I hope I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it sort of on policy, and not personality, or not questioning the motives of people. I may strongly disagree, and I do, with Justin Trudeau or Stephen Guilbeault. But I actually have to believe, or go to a dark place, that they honestly think that this is good for the country.
Intentions are good.
I think they don't believe that some of our foundational industries in Western Canada are good. They've said as much. They don't like the oil and gas, so that, their intentions for oil and gas and maybe to some extent modern agriculture, I don't trust them, and I don't have to accept them. But I think we really all need to try to be a little bit more civil, or we won't be able to attract anybody to politics. People will just say, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to expose my family to that, and I don't need it myself.
So I'm sure throughout your career you have thought of politicians historically that have been meaningful, that have been respectful, that have done some really great, truly great things. Is there anything that politicians are doing better now than generations before?
You know what, I thought about that Ryder game the other night, and it was a really close game, and they came back and they won. Mm-hmm. Did that answer your question?
Nope.
No. What about the game before, when the same thing happened?
They came back.
I mean.
It is. I know it's a hard question.
So it's a double-edged. It is a very tough question. It's a double-edged sword. I think politicians on all sides of the spectrum are being more populist. So, I mean, and some would say my government the government I was involved in was more populist. Although our last budget was not very popular or populist, but important, probably one of the most important budget we ever brought down. But I think, I'll say this, Sherilyn. I'll say the positive side to governments being more populist, it means that they're going to be paying closer attention to what the voters want, and that's rarely a bad thing in politics. But there are sort of streams of populism that can feed into this sort of very uncivil and in some cases conspiratorial side of the spectrum on both right and left, like both sides. So I think politicians are on the populist side. It is helpful. There is something salutary about them paying more attention to what people want. I mean, look, this capital gains tax change is a good example of the federal Liberal government being more populist-minded in a way that is going to bring about bad policy. Bad policy for agriculture, bad policy for small business, really bad policy for the innovation sector, right? Bad. But it gives them this very populist narrative. The rich people are going to pay, and that'll be better so that middle class and poor people don't have to pay as much. Really easy populist thing to say to get to bad policy, but this has not been the trait of this Liberal government. They have not had a sort of a populist inclination up until, I think, this moment. Now it's sort of a populism on the left, but it just tells you a little bit about how it's a two-edged sword. It can be a good thing because it means government is paying attention, and then it can be a dangerous thing because it means government's paying attention.
Well, maybe a takeaway for all of us today is that when we do meet someone who is both showcasing humility and confidence and is articulate and has good ideas, maybe that's when we tell them they would be good at politics.
Right.
Maybe
Everyone should be recruiting people to politics.
recruiting.
It's true.
Go forth and multiply.
That's true. Everyone should take the opportunity to say, just like you said, you should consider public service.
Yeah.
Because I think more people than we know think about it from time to time. They think about, could I do that? Maybe I'd like to try to make a difference. I think more people give that a moment's thought than any of us think otherwise. So if you're that person that gives some sort of external voice to that inner thought that they've had, boy, that might be powerful. That might be the reason that they decide to run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's shift back to agriculture at the farm show here. What are some of the notable changes that you've been witness to at the family farm level? Not just the technological ones. What have you noticed about farmers?
Scale, I think that's true I think that's the most immediate observation about change in the last, 10, 15, 20 years. And it's always been, this sort of, the scale question, growth of the size of farms has always been with us. It is a product of technology. It's a product of modern practices, and I expect that'll continue to be the trend. So I think it's just the scale. And so now, the family farm might be the family's farm just because of the scale of things. And if it's true that we have more young people that want to get into agriculture, there's a bit of it. That's a bit of the challenge. We talked about it earlier. What's the cost of entry? And so often it's going to be because the family, some member of the family is already in it, and maybe that provides a platform for other members of the family, younger folks, to get in it that they otherwise wouldn't have, and because of the scale question. But I think that is and will be the continuing trend or difference in agriculture.
This is maybe not as difficult a question as it was inserting politicians, but is there something better that farmers are doing today than the respected generations before us?
I think we are advocating better. I think our trade associations, our discussions like we're having today, I think we are doing a much better job of advocating for public policy, of staying in contact with provincial ministers and representatives at the federal level at all levels. I think professional services, I mentioned Osler earlier and Deloitte, I think their focus and priority on agribusiness and on the diversification opportunity, but the agriculture sector as a whole.
Their understanding of the industry has improved.
I think that is I consider that as part of the sector, and I think we're doing that. I think they're doing that better. Yeah. I just think the focus on value add is greater than it ever has been. Really important for us as a country, really important for us as a region in Western Canada. So I think there's a lot of things that producers are doing better, both through their associations and their communities.
I want to remind the audience that we are going to have some microphones passed around, so I know you have some questions, and we want to give you plenty of opportunity to ask those questions. But to wrap up for me, I think, Brad, you've shown us that one can make it through a stint in the political arena. I would call you a survivor, but you clearly have boundless energy left to give. So give us an update on what's happening on the ranch today and what's next for you. And is it cowboy poetry?
No.
Oh, that was my prediction.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Well, we got a branding on Friday at a neighbor's, at a friend's. So
Are you inviting us?
Sure. Well, it's not my branding,
Oh.
but sure. Tammy's not here because she had to get home after last night's event in Regina to bake 10 banana cream pies for the branding.
10?
So that's also on my, 10. And I told the rancher whose branding it is that there'll only be 8 that actually get to the branding. There'll be a 2 pie tax. They'll stay at our place.
Quality assurance?
So,
or?
yeah.
Okay.
No, I have this consulting business that I'm really enjoying that work, and I'm lucky enough to be on a board or two, and so that's what that looks like. And I'm pretty much a silent partner in the yearling operation we have. Although I think Coulter said something like, "Really, you're going to be a silent partner after 18 years of politics," something like that. But I am. But I do like to show up, especially if it's horseback work. I show up for that. I generally don't show up for fencing. He knows that. I showed up for fencing once, and he said, if you're just going to come and shoot gophers, you might as well stay home. So, but the Cypress Hills, as folks will know if you've been there, is a remarkable place, not just for its beauty, but because of the amazing people there, and we've made just great, great friends, and we're very grateful to still in the southwest corner of the province, but really in the southwest corner, over in the Cypress Hills, where the West is definitely still wild.
Yeah. Well, whenever I think of you, I think of pride in this province. And I remember hearing you tell the story of the mass exodus of students that were leaving our province previously. And I was one of those. And I remember in grade 12, our year, the most popular graduation gift was luggage, and I actually got luggage.
Yeah.
And I had parents that were supportive of me to do anything that I wanted to do.
Right.
And it took me some time to come back home and hear your stories of pride in the province, and start to rethink how I felt about my own home.
Right. Was the graduate retention plan helpful, or was that you were back before that?
I'm way older than that.
You're way older, yeah. So that's still a provincial initiative that's around, I think, really important one. You think, well, population growth, can the province really affect that? Any province? Yes.
Yeah.
You can affect it through immigration policy. You can affect it through your economic policy. And you can do things like the graduate retention plan, which was really important part of, I think by the time I left, there was 59,000 graduates who had enrolled in the program, in other words, done their education here and then stayed, because that's the deal. You don't get the credit unless you stay.
Yeah.
And so there are things that governments can do that are intentional and helpful. And there are things governments can do that are intentional and unhelpful. So we didn't always get those things right, but I hope for the most part we did.
Yeah. Well, here's a little secret. My oldest daughter just graduated, and guess what she's taking at the U of S?
What?
Law and politics.
Excellent.
I'm a little scared.
Excellent.
I'm hopeful, but I'm a little scared.
Those are
for her.
both good things.
Yeah, all in politics. Okay, let's open it up. I've had my time, but Jennifer has some microphones, so just give us a wave and we'll happily run the mic over to you. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Nestor Mariglod. I have a company, Super Seamless of Canada, that we're expanding our business, our manufacturing business. In 2010, we were building a new plant just outside of Regina to manufacture insulated steel siding. Now, our company was impacted by the Regina bypass scandal. I'm wondering, when I approached you at the Premier's dinner in 2015, why you hadn't been contacting me to meet to see how we could resolve and try to mitigate our losses in this matter. Instead, you threatened me.
Oh, that's not true, Nestor.
You said that I was slandering your MLA, Christine Tell, who was my
Yeah. Well, that's not a
MLA
threat.
in the
That
area.
wasn't. That's not a threat I made. And we're not going to agree. We're going to have to agree to disagree on both the facts on this one, on the facts as presented by you on this one. And I thank you for the question, but I'm just going to disagree with the premise of it.
I have another question over here. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Bruce Daig. I'm from Southwest Saskatchewan. We touched on a couple of, or Sherilyn touched on a couple of things like NAFTA and the enviro and climate change issues that are going on. NAFTA kind of came up out of nowhere, it seems like, when we have a political change in different countries, then all of a sudden it gets addressed, right? So my feeling is we need to be ahead of the game this time, and I was hoping that you could comment on that.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, Bruce, because there could be a return to the same administration that wanted to open up NAFTA. I do think, not that we should be complacent, I think that if Trump's reelected, I don't think he'll have another go at NAFTA. I think he will be focused on border issues. And to the extent that might catch us, because there are some, if you follow it, I know you do, Bruce, if you follow it in the U.S. Capitol, there are some in Congress and some in the Senate who from time to time worry and comment about the Canadian border, and they're thinking about the border in central Canada, obviously, I think, but still, I think that's the issue that we should be vigilant about. You know, I know Saskatchewan still has a Washington, D.C. representative, and most provinces do, and the federal government, of course, has its embassy. So I hope that this is a priority, being proactive. If there's a Trump administration again, you know, as you say, let's make sure that nothing more for USMC or whatever we're calling it now, NAFTA, and also let's be very vigilant about the border issues. Debunking some things that may not necessarily be true and sort of warding off what might happen, not just if Trump is reelected, but because we're hearing this from congressmen and senators on the northern border, it should be on our radar. We should be proactive. Yeah.
Further questions? Over here, yeah. Yep, at the back there, Jennifer.
Good morning. I'm just wondering what your take is regarding human resourcing and specifically around for farming and for companies in agriculture, just given that by 2030 they're saying that an estimated 150,000 industry workers and farm workers there's going to be a labor shortage for that many positions, and by 2033 about 40% of farmers are retiring. I'm just wondering what, as a province, we can be doing, you know, either at the government level or industry level, to be bringing in the necessary labor force to be covering some of those positions on the farm and within the industry.
You know, it's not just an issue in our sector, it's an issue in a number of economic sectors. We're going to see some of the most significant annual investments in the extraction industries in this province over the next little while. As I'm involved with the uranium company that's building a mine. There's the BHP. They're going to build the largest potash mine in the world. There's a number of major expansions. There's Foran. So you've got that sector that's got HR concerns, certainly human resource concerns, and then it's true for agriculture as well. So what do we do about it? Well, credit to some of the post-secondary institutions who have been for some time working with groups like the North American Equipment Dealers Association, with basically farm equipment businesses and their association represented not just from around here but from across the West. That's an example of the kind of programming that's happened. We talked earlier about government being really intentional about population growth, which isn't maybe specific to agriculture, but the law of big numbers works. If we're effective in attracting, in growing the population, there's a good chance, at least a better chance, that we're able to answer some questions around human resources for all of the sectors. But and I also think I touched on it earlier with Sherilyn. I think that agriculture in this province is very fortunate to have the trade associations, the producer associations, the groups like the Rural Municipality Association, SARM. And so, and as long as they're on this issue, and they are advocating for more training seats, advocating for targeted programs, I like our chances. But I'm being Pollyannish about it because I know it's going to be a challenge. It's the challenge we want rather than the opposite, but it's one nonetheless.
Any other questions? Put your hand up. Yep.
I'd like to know your view on foreign investment in farmland.
Foreign investment in farmland.
Well, as you know, we moved to tighten farmland ownership restrictions when I was in my time in government, and there was some controversy to it, and that wasn't just about foreign ownership. That restriction had been there, but that was about sort of organizations that were multi-unit investment based, basically sort of pension funds and others from acquiring a lot of land, and it was controversial, I think, and probably remains so. I do remember people saying, we're going to see, if you do a side-by-side comparison on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, for example, you're going to see a discount for Saskatchewan land versus the same sort of, that same corridor on the Alberta side of the border. And I think actually there has been a bit of a discount there. But my read and my talking to producers is that's a premium, that discount that they're prepared to pay. They would rather have some protection. Now, it's not to say the issue of foreign ownership of land is gone away. If anything, it's maybe a bigger issue now. And farmland security is, I think, asked often, and the government's asked often to check into the provenance of certain purchasers of land to make sure that it is Canadian and not foreign. And I think that will continue to be an issue. It's not an easy needle to thread. You want to make sure. Well, in our case, we were listening to our rural caucus and therefore farmers who wanted greater restriction. But you also want to be able to have, for those that are the succession planning piece, you want to have a robust market for land on the demand side. So I think the balance is there, and some would disagree, and I respect that. But that's a big issue, and it remains one today. Certainly less so on the ranching side, on the grass side, but it is still a very huge issue on the crop side, I think.
Thanks everyone for your questions, and thank you for joining us here today. This was a wonderful start to our third day on the Launchpad for Canada's Farm Show. Please join me in thanking the colorful Brad Wall.
Thank you.
Thank you. They just have to put my. And we're back. Thanks for sticking around. Up next, we have an egg talk with Landon Fallman on the importance of digitization. Landon's upbringing on a grain farm in Holdfast, Saskatchewan, has given him a strong foundation in agriculture. He has firsthand experience with farming life and a deep passion for connecting agriculture and technology. Landon began his career as a rural electrician, which led him to build a fuel security hardware solution for his family farm. This quickly turned into a scaled product known as Fuel Lock, which was carried to a successful exit in 2018. Over the past 7 years, he has played a crucial role in product management, research and development, and product direction in both hardware and software products in ag tech. Landon prides himself in his ability to bridge the gap between agriculture and technology, solving real challenges on the farm. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Landon Fallman.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Not every day you get to have Bradwell open for you. That's pretty cool. My name is Landon Fallman, and I'm a product owner from Ag Expert. And I'm also part of a fifth-generation family farm in Holdfast, Saskatchewan. So today I wanted to talk a little bit about digitization, what it means for the farm, but specifically I wanted to talk about what it's done for our family farm. And so before we get into that, I'll quickly share a little bit about who we are and what we do at Ag Expert. And so at Ag Expert, we have two products, accounting and field. And with Ag Expert Accounting, think QuickBooks, but built specifically towards the needs of Canadian agriculture for a fraction of the cost. And with Field, it's a cost of production tool tracking everything from your off-season crop planning right to your end of harvest yield data. And so really what you get with the two products is a holistic view marrying your financial data with your agronomic data. So definitely a lot has happened in ag tech the last 5 years. At Ag Expert has been building solid and simple software for the last 30 years, and it was funny, yesterday at lunch I ran into two farmers who were telling me that they've been users since the beginning, and so just to hear their insight with it, how they use it, it was pretty cool to me to realize that, you know, where Ag Expert started 30 years ago is still solving the same problem today. So pretty cool to talk to those guys, longtime users. I'll touch on this one real quick. Ag Expert is ag data transparent. Really what that means is your data is safe and secure. You own it, you control it, and you can do what you want with it. So getting into some of the values of digitization, there's obviously some main pillars here. Risk mitigation, decision making, and all those types of things. But I wanted to talk a little bit about risk mitigation and what it did for our family farm. Here's a video or a picture of us working very hard. Because it kind of started a few years ago. My brother Brady was talking to my dad and myself, and he was saying, you know, I want farming to feel less gambly, less risky. And right away my dad says, well, you chose the wrong profession. And so we all had to laugh. And no, but really what he was after was he wanted more of a formalized plan. And so he wanted to say, okay, how much do we want to spend and how much do we want to make? And so we sat down with the ag expert at the crop planning tool and the profit analysis tool, and we started with that. We said, okay, how much do we want to spend and how much do we want to make? And we said, well, we want to spend about $300 an acre across the farm, and we want to make X amount for profit. And then we just started kind of filling in the blanks from there, and we said, well, we need to do, you know, X, with what activities we know, we planned those out, we planned our inputs, got all of our costing, and we started filling in those blanks, and then we said, all right, well, what do we need to get for grain pricing? And so we started locking in some of those contracts, and so my brother went out and started locking in grain contracts, saying, okay, well, we need to lock in this price for us to get to this profit margin. And, you know, they weren't the lowest prices, they weren't the highest prices, but they were where we wanted, what we needed to get to where we wanted to go. And so really where we ended up after that was we had a holistic picture of exactly what we wanted, what we needed to do to hit certain numbers, and we had that entire picture in Ag Expert. And so just, yeah, what it did for my brother and my dad and myself was it really just gave us the clarity and kind of that peace of mind that we can do everything in our control to hit these numbers. And obviously in farming, there's, you know, 100 different variables, weather and all those kinds of things, but we were going to do everything in our control to hit those numbers. And just the way this year's worked out with weather, and we've been fortunate that way, we've actually stayed right on trend for where we want to get to, and we wouldn't have been able to do this without Ag Expert. I'm sure this looks familiar. These are some crop plans from my grandpa back in 1990, scratched all over the loose leaf there, but this plus the box of receipts at the farm, I'm sure it's common for everybody. But it's a problem that Ag Expert has been trying to solve since the beginning and is solving. And it's basically taking those two, the paper records, and digitizing them, putting them online so that you can have all your data in one place, really get that picture, that year-to-year historical data, and have all that data consolidated into one place and available anywhere. Ag Expert is available, like I said, anywhere, anytime, by anyone. So that's the beauty of having all this information in the cloud, and you're really able to then share it with whoever needs access. So agronomists, accountants, bookkeepers, really whoever needs operational access to your farm, you can share with them what they need. And so, again, none of this would be possible without having all of your farm records digitized. So another major benefit that we've seen on our family farm is using digitization for decision making. And really, once we had that plan in place for what we wanted to do throughout the growing season, then it was about executing the plan. And so we were diligent in our tracking of our cost per acre as we moved through seeding and spraying and those critical times. And we always knew exactly what our cost per acre was at. And what that gave my brother, who's the decision maker ultimately, was data to make decisions, such as we were making application rate change decisions on the fly, either applying less or more. We were making equipment upgrade decisions that we needed to make in terms of planning for harvest and buying a new combine. And so we had this data behind us that said, okay, we have some cash flow, we have some room in our plan right now. We can confidently make those decisions. And so really those are huge decisions in a farm as you move through the growing year and adapt the plan along the way. But we wouldn't have been able to make those without having that information in AgExpert. So there used to be a problem in ag of not having enough ag tech, and now there's the problem of having an abundance of them. And so while that's great, it put a problem on the farmer that basically was they're having to input the same data into multiple platforms that they use. And so we identified that with MyFarm Connect. And really what that is it's a partner ecosystem designed to allow you to connect with, within AgExpert, whatever platform or product that you use. And so whether it be equipment products or marketing or connecting your bank account, MyFarm Connect makes that possible. And really what it boils down to is enter your information once and use it multiple times. And that's as true of a statement as we can get with MyFarm Connect, and this list just continues to grow. So I know I've been talking a lot about how we use AgExpert on our farm and the value that it gives us. Really, because AgExpert keeps things so simple, it's a great way to get the whole operation involved in this type of thinking. And so it started right in the field with our tech integration lead, Kelly, and making sure that the data coming off of our connected equipment was clean, organized, flowing in. Super important once we started the actual growing season. And then really for me, once it was coming into the office, it was my responsibility to get that information organized and costed correctly in AgExpert. And then once we had that, it was really my dad and my brother who were looking at this information and making those big decisions, like I mentioned, equipment upgrade decisions, rate decisions on the fly. All the purchase, like anything that we were doing on the farm, we were referencing this because we knew exactly where we were at all times. And so this is a snapshot here of the year-to-date tab in AgExpert Field, and it's my favorite part of the platform because it pulls in information from everywhere in the platform. So it pulls in your activity data, it pulls in your contract prices, input costs, everything that you have inputted. This year-to-date tab automatically ports that information in, and what you see here is just a neatly printed out input costs and other costs with your specific crops for your specific field. Super easy and concise to understand, and it's always updating. So really what this gives you is a full picture of exactly where you're at all times. So to kind of summarize here, whether it's from risk mitigating or planning for the future, digitization is a key driver in these areas. And so with AgExpert, it reduces double entry, streamlines inputs. It really just gives you that full picture of your operation to make decisions on. And I'm happy to say just how much it's changed for us for how we think about things during farming in the off season and in season. So AgExpert has really been a game changer for our family farm. I've got a QR code up here. This will take you to our webpage. You can sign up, get on our basic subscription, learn more about us. And if you have any questions, there's also contact information on there. You can reach out to us for help. Yeah, it really gets you started real quick. Start tracking that cost per acre and getting your data into AgExpert. So thank you very much. I think I have a few minutes. I could take some questions if there is any. If not, our booth is right outside the doors. Come by for a demo and check us out. We'll be happy to help you out. So thank you, everyone.
Ian McDonald, a leader in the Deloitte Saskatoon office with a focus on food and agriculture. Born into a grain farming family here in Saskatchewan where my brothers continue the family farming tradition.
I'm Tina Beaudry, and my family moved to Saskatchewan back when I was in grade 4. This has been my home since that time. It's a place where I have had incredible opportunities professionally and personally.
And now fortunate to be with Deloitte in food and agribusiness.
Deloitte has been in this province for a long period of time.
We've been here basically from the start. It feels good to know we've been in the province and part of the local community for over 100 years.
We have a practice that has an incredibly wide and deep bench across human capital, across financial advisory, across digital and tech, so we can bring together a holistic approach to some of the major challenges that the world and Saskatchewan are trying to face. Saskatchewan can lead the way in terms of protecting our agricultural sector with respect to cybersecurity. As we are evolving in terms of ag tech and digital farming and agricultural platforms, we have the opportunity to build in cybersecurity at the front end. What we don't want to see is to have our cybersecurity framework regulated from outside of the sector. What we do want to see is farmers and producers and local governments coming up with ways to make sure our data is secure with that common sense approach that Saskatchewan is really known for.
Here in Saskatchewan, we're fortunate to have many sectors that are doing really well. We have the food, the fuel, and the fertilizer the world needs right now. In 2023, we had exports of $49 billion, and of those, $35 billion were related to food, fuel, and fertilizer. Part of purpose at Deloitte is to make an impact that matters. And what we're doing with food and fertilizer here in the province, we're helping to feed the world. And through what we're doing with carbon-free nuclear energy here in the province, we're helping with the energy transition around the world.
Saskatchewan has always been innovative, but what we can do today is to leverage the ecosystem that is already in place to really amplify that and solve some of the world's biggest challenges.
But we'll just sit in the order that he asked us to.
Don't trip on the face.
I think they say that.
Don't jinx it.
I think they know how much I love Shania Twain. I do love Shania Twain.
Okay, this afternoon, coming up, we have our Ag Tech and Innovation panel. I'd like to invite our moderator, Ian McDonald, from Deloitte to the stage. Ian is a leader in Deloitte's technology strategy and transformation practice and is based in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Ian is Deloitte Canada's national lead for food and agribusiness in energy, resources, and industrials, and is a leader within the Deloitte Global Future of Food community. With a background in information technology, operation technology, and digital technology, Ian advises organizations on getting the most out of their technology investments. Take it away, Ian.
Don't hit that. Thanks, Sherilyn. Welcome, everybody, and thanks for taking a bit of your morning out to come spend some time with us as we have a chat. I've got 4 great panelists, and I don't want to mess up their introductions. So first, I'd like to introduce Evan Shout. Evan is the president and co-founder of Maverick Ag, a business risk management and consulting firm focused on insurance and data analytics. He's also the chief officer at Hebert Grain Ventures, a 40,000-acre grain and oilseed operation here in the province. And finally, his goal is to change the face of financial risk management agriculture. So thanks, Evan. Yeah. Next up, Heather Clare. Heather grew up on a grain farm northwest of Saskatoon. She's worked in both retail and wholesale as an account manager for AgPro, Cargill, and FCL. She also has worked as a digital ag lead at Farmer's Edge, and on top of that, the product manager at Precision AI. Currently, Heather's joined SaskTel and leads their smart ag practice in the province. So thanks for joining, Heather. Nav Tour. Nav is the Chief Operating Officer at Axiom Group and a director at Axiom Exact Agriculture and Forestry. He's a technical and management professional with, this can't be right, over 22 years, you look way too young. Over 22 years of broad environment science, engineering, management, and business strategy experience. And finally, my colleague Tina from Deloitte. Tina is a partner in our cyber strategy and risk advisory practice and has deep industry expertise in government and public sector. She holds her certification in cyber risk from Harvard and certified in cyber from ISC2. She formerly served as a cabinet minister under both Premier Brad Wall and Scott Moe, and she's a recognized subject matter expert in ag, a founding member of the Ag Tech Accelerator. So we got a great group here. Well, welcome. It's going to be pretty casual. We just want to have a conversation. So there's really not much we're going to have on the screens or in front of us. A couple cheat notes here. So welcome and thanks for sitting down and just having a conversation. Hoping we can talk about agriculture and how technology are coming together to feed the world. And I know this is probably fairly well known to you, and I'll just share a bit for the folks in the crowd and also for the folks on the live stream. I typically like to start the conversation with why. It's like, why is food security of importance to those of us in Saskatchewan? And I think it's because there's a challenge and an opportunity in front of us. So the challenge, globally we have in front of us what I refer to as the 10 billion challenge. So we've got 10 billion people to feed by 2050. That's up from 8 billion people now. So that's a whole another 2 billion people to feed. And we're going to have the same amount of land, or probably even less land, due to urbanization than we have now. But then there's also an opportunity. Typical Saskatchewan folks sees an opportunity. And for us, we have the ability to produce high quality, lowest carbon crops in the world to feed this growing world. So I think we can be a huge part of the global solution from right here in Saskatchewan. So just a bit of context as we start to weave our way through some conversations. So I'm excited. Let's just jump into it. So Evan had the privilege of sitting next to me, or the bad luck. So I'm going to go with you first, Evan. Put you on the spot and start with the producer's perspective. So you work with producers, you're part of a large operation yourself. How do you see technology applications changing the way we manage and operate farms going ahead?
So I think everybody's probably expecting the sexy word of autonomous or See and Spray or wherever you want me to take that side, but the big one for me is more on the data side. So obviously on our farm, we say the two biggest risks to us, government policy and HR. And they've been there for the last 3 years, hence why Christian and I do a lot of what we do. But for us, the biggest thing is being able to collect the data because we know what's coming in the future. So we're all seeing what's happening. Everybody's kind of stolen our word sustainability, which obviously we talk about a lot. But for us, having the data, being able to show data, whether it's to academia, to industry, we get to set the rules. And I think that's a place that agriculture's always been behind other industries. For us, if we have the data and we can actually pull it out of the machines, whether it's how many acres per day, whether it's machinery, whether it's diesel fuel, whether it's anything that can tie back into the story of sustainability on farms. So that's the biggest way I see technology giving us, is we're actually able to use all this data that we're currently not doing anything with. On the HR side, it's the same philosophy as, obviously everybody in the room probably has labor issues, or at least have heard agriculture has labor issues. Every industry's kind of in that, but when every industry has labor issues, agriculture's really behind. So for us, ag tech and all this stuff is allowing farms to either A, do it with less labor, so whether we're talking the autonomous story or we're talking being able to utilize the equipment to its fullest extent, or B, it's allowing us to bring in employees, train them, have the data sets of how many employees per acre do we need, and what's the efficiency metrics, and can you run 24 hours? And it's giving us those efficiencies that we've never had in the past, because we're able to make decisions with a full set of data. So for me, that's where I take it, because I would love to go down the See and Spray and all the great ag tech inventions we've seen lately. But to tell you the truth, our biggest one is just understanding what's happening on the farm now and being able to use the information to make decisions into the future.
You mentioned a couple things there, and I'm going to jump on one, and then, Heather, you've done a lot of work with data, so I'd like you to jump on that one. But in addition to ag, I've got some experience in the mining world before I came back to Deloitte, and there's a huge labor skills challenge for the mining area. Agriculturally, are you having a hard time getting skilled team members?
I'm not even saying it's the skilled part, it's just, and Brad obviously before us talked a little bit about it, it's just getting the generations to come back to the farm. So we had a couple years there where it wasn't a good thing to come back to the farm. And even I have my CPA because Dad always said there was no money in farming. So I thank him for that, even though I ended up back at the farm anyway. But so we've lost a knowledge gap of quite a few years in there, and now we're trying to get it back, and it's a slow process because we are missing that age group, right in the, let's call it the 40-year-old age group, right? So we're starting finally to see young people come back, but it's at a much slower rate, and obviously consolidation is happening, and we're just having a really hard time attracting people back to the industry. Farming, and I said the word already once, but farming needs to be sexy again. We need to sell it. We need to show them why all of us are in the crowd today and why we came back to the farm as we did, and we haven't told that story well enough.
Yeah, I agree. Heather?
Well, I know everybody expects me to start talking about data, but I want to start with the labor piece. Because I also see technology changing things in a way that's going to allow you to attract a different skill set of people. You know, as we do get into some of these more autonomous or drone-based or anything like, any technologies like that, you're looking for people that are able to, you know, work a control pad as opposed to drive a 120-foot boom. So there is a shift of skills that way that's going to open up that labor market for us even more. And then let's be honest, this generation of kids that are coming up, they're incredibly technologically savvy. So if we can start showing them, here's all the technology that we have within agriculture, here's how you can use it, here's how you can set yourself apart, it really starts attracting a different style of person to the farm, but also to the ag industry. So pulling in developers to work on projects, to create the technologies, it's completely revolutionizing where we're going. And I really find that to be the fun part of agriculture right now, is where it's going. We have this great history of where it's been and we keep building on top of it, but we can take it to the next step through technology.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is my dad, who can't work his iPhone, isn't going to be running the tech on my farm?
I think he's going to be a great person to ask questions to.
And it's never too late. If my 90-year-old mother can run an iPhone, anybody can run an iPhone. Thanks, Heather. You know, Tina, I'm going to jump over to you and just chat a bit about cyber, because it's an area we haven't heard a lot about in the ag sector. And so, you know, farming, as we just saw before, talking about the ag expert and some other things, you know, farming is becoming increasingly digitized. Precision seeding, precision fertility, spraying, you know, bin sensor technology, farm management. Heck, there's even, you know, Internet of Things on, you know, feeding livestock. So, do you think farms are protected from cyber attackers? Can you maybe just share a bit about that?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. You know, the short answer is no. And I'm normally really an optimistic person, and I'm a huge fan of all the ag technology, but the thing that really concerns me is farms are risk management operations. We heard that if you were sitting for former Premier Brad Wall's talk earlier, but I feel like this piece is being missed in our race to find all the latest technology. One of the things that we're really missing in the conversation is how are we protecting this highly commercially sensitive data from cyber threats? And we've grossly expanded the attack surface between all the IoT devices. You know, we're mapping our assets using drone technology and geospatial recognition. We're doing all of these additional things, but nobody is really paying attention to how is my data being stored, how am I transmitting it, who's deleting it, who has access to it, and how is this all fitting into the larger whole. So I'm very concerned about this. I think it's something that we need to pay attention to. And in all of, you know, in all the pitches I've sat in the last number of years, none of the funders or founders ever talk about the security of the data of the products they're developing. And so I think there's a new challenge out for our innovators to actually begin to ask those questions. I think there's some interesting moves that are being made to elevate the profile of this in the United States, for example. They will be passing some legislation around securing the food sector, and we know what happens when there's a disruption. You know, former Premier Badwal talked about the Port of Vancouver disruption from a labor perspective, but some of you might remember when JBS was hit or Sobeys was hit. Those were multi-million-dollar hits, but in the Saskatchewan market, and for many of the people here, they're small and medium-sized businesses, and if you're hit with a breach and you're small and medium-sized businesses, 40% of you will go out of business in 6 months. And so this is not a small matter. And when you think about it from the geopolitical perspective, Saskatchewan and agriculture is very attractive right now in terms of you're a nation-state threat actor. You can make you can create a lot of pain if you attack the ag sector. And so the rise of ransomware as a service, the rise of third-party breaches, many of us are all dealing with other vendors in your ecosystem. That supply chain disruption is really important. And I would suggest that food security is national security. Now, that's not an invitation for federal government to come in and regulate that. Sorry, a bit of a political commentary here, but that's not an invitation. But there is, I think, a really important role for industry to play in helping farmers with this and helping them all scale up their cyber posture as an industry. And I think getting in front of it, to again, going back to the lesson, both the oil and gas industry, getting in front of it as producers and farmers and innovators and funders is probably what we want to do really proactively now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I think Christian highlighted it yesterday and didn't use these percentages, but if I had to guess, probably 20% of the operations have 80% of the acres in the province. So with that consolidation, you talk about, not to get too conspiracy theory-like, but foreign threat actors, right? With a small number of large operations, it's pretty easy if you disrupt those to disrupt a lot of tons going into the market and affect that around the world. So it's critical. And I know Nav, as a technology provider, I'd love to hear your thoughts around cyber.
Yeah, it is a great topic, and I'm glad you kind of brought that up, because when we talk about data and technology and how much is actually out there, and how much data we're generating in different formats. We're talking about in-ground sensors, we're talking about apps, we're talking about data coming off of machines. So there's all of these are kind of entry points or exposure points to potential attacks or hacks or malfunctions. And when you have more exposure points, you got to make sure that we're covering all of those. Well, first identifying kind of your weakest point or your most accessible point, if you want to call it, and then try and address that. And there are tools out there that kind of do that. And this might be a little bit rich coming from me, because the whole cyber and computer side, if anybody knows me, is a little bit of a challenge for me. So we typically joke that NAV's got two SOPs, or standard operating procedures. One is turn it off and on. The other is whack it around. So take this commentary with a grain of salt. But it is definitely an important point, and there are kind of platforms that will integrate all of those. So it does, with each technology, and you have maybe one overarching one, you can kind of get a multi-barrier approach to security, and I think that's probably the way to go.
Yeah, and I would say, on that, even just from a business risk perspective, insurers are going to start demanding it, right? And the ability to, and farming is an industry that relies heavily on all sorts of insurance products. Great market for both providers, and they're going to start requiring it, and the ability to access it is getting harder and harder and harder.
And I would just say, I am seeing more and more farmers asking where the servers are that their tools are feeding into. So much so that one of the companies I worked for, we actually moved our servers onto Canadian soil so that they were regulated by Canadian policy. I gotta take the opportunity. I work at SaskTel, I gotta talk about it. We have Tier 2 and Tier 3 data centers in Saskatchewan, which are following Saskatchewan policy. This is the best place in the world, in my opinion, geopolitically and geographically, to store your data. It is so safe here. So ask those questions as a farm. Where is this developed? Where is my data stored? Is it safe? There are ways to make better choices to ensure your safety on a farm.
And I think what we're noticing is that the adoption of tech has ramped up in the last few years. I mean, I sat at a manufacturer meeting with farmers and the manufacturers about a decade ago, which kind of ages me now, and once the farmers realized that there was modems in all their combines, they literally were ready to walk out of the meeting of, what are you doing with my data? How are you going to use it against me? All that kind of stuff. And I mean, here we are a decade later, and to tell you the truth, on our farm, if satellites go down for a day, there's not a machine that moves on the farm. I mean, everything is run through prescriptions, all of our nutrient packages, the tractor. Some of our guys probably wouldn't even know how to turn the tractor on without a satellite. So I mean, we've come so far, which is funny to say because we fought it for so long, and now all of a sudden we've adopted all this, and we're not even thinking about the threat of what happens. And I know this spring, satellites went down, and nobody knows how to drive straight anymore, so it is a threat, and I think talking about it is probably the first step in asking the right questions, right?
That's because all the fence posts are gone. I don't know what to look at the end of the field.
You know, Evan, I know you also go out and you have a coaching program with producers. Does it come up much from the producers, or are they not really thinking about it yet?
Honestly, I don't think it comes up near enough. Let's put it that way. And to tell you the truth, this is probably the first time I've talked about it in 12, 24 months. So that tells you how much guys are actually thinking about it. It's not top of mind. I mean, when we think about risks, we think about everything Brad said about, cost of production, government, HR, cybersecurity. Usually isn't on that list. And obviously, now that we've taken on this tech, it probably should be.
Yeah, I agree. I think we could probably spend the rest of the panel just talking about that. And I'm kind of a tech geek, so I wouldn't mind, but I don't want to put everybody to sleep out in the crowd. Nav, let's jump over to you. Speaking of technology, technology is at the core of your business, and good ag tech exists to solve problems and solutions. And I promised last night I'd be a little bit hard on you today, so I've got a two-part question. So the first one is, what current challenges in agriculture do you see where technology can have an impact? And then looking forward, what future opportunities do you see where ag tech can play a pivotal role? So now and future.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I think people can see right now what's kind of happening, and I think ag tech can be applied in numerous ways. But just due to the nature of our business as Axon Group and doing some work internationally, both domestic and internationally, I think one of the big things that we're seeing is this kind of food energy kind of nexus and this convergence point that's coming about. And it is, it can be perceived as a little bit of a competition between the resources, whether it's land or whether it's the crop above ground. And I think, it's not something to fear by any means, but I really think that technology is kind of the path forward that will kind of help bridge some of those gaps. And I can give some examples, because that demand for food is just increasing, like you guys have said, and that demand for energy is just crazy right now. And then you couple that with the green energy kind of push and the sustainability aspects, and you can see where the biomass and the competition for biomass, or the perceived competition for biomass, will intersect with food production. And some of the technologies we do see out there are things like agri-voltaics, and so they're essentially just intercropping with technology with solar panels, but it goes beyond that. It's not just collecting power from solars, but they're the way that they kind of adjust those, and the technologies that are built into those solar panels will reflect some of that light down at certain angles towards the crops that they are kind of interacting with to enhance biomass or enhance crop production as well. Then you can get into vertical farming, where you're not competing for space as much. And then the big thing, which is kind of near and dear to my heart, is this whole biomass to energy, or biomass to fuel. And there's kind of two aspects to that. One would be kind of, your whole crop used as an energy input or a food stock. But then, more importantly, I think it's utilizing potentially some of that residue, and that gets into that whole value addition or diversity of revenue streams for farmers, right? So I think that's the next kind of big push that we're noticing. And I really think that technology is the way to go. And you get into the digital aspects of it. You know, we were talking about Exact yesterday, and you know, identifying marginal lands and optimizing where, you know, maybe this land is not so good for crop production for food, but you know, it's great for an energy crop. And we're deploying that technology kind of all over the world to identify those marginal lands and identify those opportunities. So I think the key message there maybe is, you know, it's more of a collaboration and not really competition.
Yeah.
And I think that technology bridge can kind of, you know, making sure that they're working together and not against each other. I think I kind of muddled both of them.
Yeah, no, you very, very integrated thinking. You brought both of them together. That's great. You did mention the producers. I want to come back to Evan to get your thoughts on what Nav walked us through there.
I'm gonna bring it down about 7 levels because that one went way over. But no, I think, I mean, from a producer standpoint, we're all trying to do the same thing. Whether it's stuff like Exact last night and everything else, is we're trying to grow more grain. Like that's the be all end all. Every technology we have, we're either trying to cut costs or we're trying to grow more revenue. That's where it comes down to. So from my standpoint, the ag tech right now is what excites me and what keeps me up is it's allowing us to grow more yield potential. It's allowing us to grow more grain on the same inputs, which then goes into the sustainability arguments. It's allowing us to cut our costs by utilizing ag tech to pull back on the risk management, to do it better, to put the fertilizer, the 4 R's, right? Right place, right time, and so on. So from my perspective, that's when you talk biomass and everything else, all of it's leading towards the simplification of make more money. And obviously as a recovering accountant, that's where I was gonna take it, but it goes into that same thought process of everything we talked about on stage, the cyber attack, like everything leads back to how can we make farmers more money? And it's either on the revenue side or pulling back on the costs, and it ties back into that. So everything you said, I'm 100% on board with, because that's where I see tech taking us, especially from an agronomy standpoint.
Yeah, and if I may, maybe I can answer that second part of that question, is that forward-looking aspect. And you know, when we talk about ag tech, you know, it's typically everyone's thinking the farm level or very specific to ag, but I think with this whole nexus, ag tech, just tech in general can be ag tech. So energy tech is ag tech if you're overlapping or intersecting those, right? So I think we can start thinking a little bit broader about what ag tech actually is, because I think it can be big, and stuff that maybe wasn't ag tech before now is.
Well, and if anybody was here on Tuesday, we had that announcement for the funding of the FCC Accelerated Breeding Program. That is an amazing opportunity in Canadian agriculture. It is going to advance us not only on the broadacre side, but on the livestock side. That program with FCC and GIFTS is going to slingshot us into the future, and I'm coming unglued. I am so excited for this thing. Like I cannot tell you how much I'm nerding out about what it is going to do for us. It is an opportunity for the next generation, but it is going to impact us very soon.
Yeah.
And I really, if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, please look into it. The FCC Accelerated Breeding Program is just going to do wonders for Canadian and North American agriculture.
Yeah, we should really celebrate that. It's going to be fantastic. Yeah. You know, I was thinking, you talked about convergence and things coming together and the nexus and all that, and you know, we started talking about food security, and Saskatchewan can play a large role there. Also energy security. We hear a lot about nuclear energy and carbon-free there, but one piece we haven't heard, and I'm glad we talked about, was biomass energy, because you know, it's a win-win. We can create a new revenue stream for producers, and at the same time be able to produce energy in a different way that we can use here as well. So I'm pretty excited for all these things to come together.
Well, and I think the big one is, I mean, and we've obviously you've heard the word a million times. We talk carbon, we talk the sustainability fight again, but carbon's going to be a revenue stream. I mean, it's already there. It's how do we get the data? How do we get the ag tech to pull it in? And how do we prove what is sustainability? Because without a base measurement, we can't actually figure out whether we're sustainable or not from an environmental standpoint. So for any farms in the crowd, carbon is going to be a revenue stream, and the sooner you get ready for it, I think the further ahead you'll be. So that ties back into, like you said, the biomass, the carbon footprint, and creating more revenue streams, because agriculture is kind of a volatile industry, and the more diversified you can be, and I don't mean diversified as in cattle, grain, I mean diversified as in carbon, as in whatever else is out there, value add. So that to me is a big positive of where ag tech's taking us.
Yep, and I'll show my personal bias here on the energy side. I'm a believer to get towards net zero, nuclear has to be some sort of foundational carbon-free item. And the same thing for the food system to get to net zero, farming is foundational, because that is actually what takes the negative part for carbon, takes carbon down. So it has to be an integrated system that farming plays a huge foundational role.
Yeah, we got to remember we're the solution, we're not the problem.
Exactly, well put, well put. Heather, I'm going to jump and pivot over to you. I don't even waiting. Heather, AI has been a big theme at this show, and so really I just want to jump into what impact you see, for artificial intelligence on the ag industry.
I don't think I've had a conversation in the last month and a half, for sure, that doesn't involve AI in some way, shape, or form. For those of you that don't know, the last company I was with, Precision AI, is using artificial intelligent drones to reduce the amount of chemical in the food system. The way they're doing that is they're using these models to identify what is crop versus what is not, and only targeting the not. So that was the start of, that was kind of me dipping my toes into AI. But the more that I have learned about it since then, seeing how large language models, LLMs is what they're typically called, seeing how even that can impact productivity. Just curious, show of hands, anybody use Copilot or ChatGPT? Any of those? Yeah, I know, right? So last year I was at a conference in Saskatoon called Uniting the Prairies, and it's a tech conference. It's a fantastic conference. The CTO of 7 Shifts, which is a great startup in Saskatoon, talked about how he had one screen that he was coding on, and then one screen that he was asking ChatGPT how it would code, and then he would cherry pick his favorite lines out of ChatGPT and put it in. These large language models can be applied in agriculture as well. Things like we could be making chatbots for our agronomists where it's like, here's the 8 main weeds in the field, what's the best chemical to use? Start making it so it's more of a conversation between you and your technology so that you get the answers you need a little easier. That factors into this next generation of labor. These kids that are coming out of school, they know how to use this technology. They're looking for that. So there's one way that we can incorporate it. Precision AI is using a different kind of AI. It's it's generative. So what it's doing is it's training it to look at pictures. It's the same kind of technology that the self-driving cars are using to identify, do I stay between the lines, do I turn, is that a deer, all that. But like that's the big flashy stuff that we're hearing about. The things that we're not hearing about, and I'm really hoping we can change this over the next month, is things like Nav's company. Exact Agriculture is using ML to predict soil analytics.
And ML,
predict it very well.
Machine learning. Yeah, I suffer from acronymitis as well, so we'd share with the crew that ML is machine learning.
Machine learning is like one step down from AI if you look at all the bubbles. I am by no means an AI expert. I'm just becoming addicted to it, it seems. But it's this opportunity to create scalable tools that are going to make us so much more efficient. That's going to drive the ROI on these technologies, on these tools, way up so that the farmers are more interested in applying them. So how can we make these tools in a way that are going to be efficient and accurate? And it's that combination of AI and agronomy that I think that's going to get us there. There is AI in a lot more than we think there is. And it's being used in, how do I put it? One of the speakers the other day talked about how, oh, AI is scary. It's only scary if you're using it in evil ways. So if we have to police ourselves on our own personal ethics and apply it in a way that it doesn't become Skynet. That's a Terminator reference for all you young people.
And I think the biggest thing with AI is it's providing solutions where we've never actually even knew we had a problem. So, like, we got done seeding this year, and we always have a post-seeding meeting, and we sat down, and we've got 3 or 4 in our crew that they pick rocks. Not a glamorous job, not the most fun job on the farm. But their problem was there's some fields that are really clean and some fields that aren't. And you still end up driving every acre of every field. Well, AI gave us a solution. We now are putting cameras on the back of the drills that will literally identify every rock of a certain size, and it'll go on a map, and when they go to pick rock next year, they will only drive to where the rocks are. So, like, something as simple as rock picking, all of a sudden AI has given us a solution within 12 months that we didn't even know existed.
Yeah.
And now it's going to not only cost us less in fuel, less in labor, less wear and tear on the equipment, but it's actually going to be more productive for us, and it ties into all our other systems. And so I think we're just, like you said, we're just on the cusp of it, and what's coming is what's exciting, because if rock picking can be fixed, there's a lot of things on the farm that I would love to fix.
And I love this story because I'm not a farmer, so I was kind of laughing. I'm like, okay, I'm not a farmer, but my parents didn't love me, so I had to go pick rocks every summer. And so you just made my day that AI is now going to take that absolutely hideous job away that I had to do every summer. Build character, of course, but the point about AI, I think that's really great, in addition to all the innovation, is that it will take away those tasks that we can free up really intelligent farmers to do other things that are more meaningful, gratifying, and require a really critical skill set, right? And so I'm excited about that, especially as we're thinking about all the labor challenges we're having everywhere. That I'm really excited about the opportunity that AI can bring to kind of get rid of those things. And some of them are less sexy. Rock picking would be one of those, but it might be other things around finding cost efficiencies and doing some of your accounting, maybe some of your legal work that you didn't do before, and reviewing contracts, right? Like, sorry to the lawyers in the room, but there may be other use cases that I think are really positive.
I'm glad you tied that back, because I thought you were telling the farmers you were going to take them out of their caps. So.
Well, you know, what I heard from that was AI made you guys rock stars.
Yeah. Oh,
dad joke, I know, I'm famous for my dad
How old
jokes.
are you?
And I'm going to steal I'm stealing all the lines I've heard this week. It's been a good week. Again, I'm also a recovering accountant. So, you know, top of mind for me is the cost side, the value proposition in ag tech. You know, so Evan, you know, historically, large enough operations have pushed back against ag tech due to the cost or not seeing value, you know, fast enough. So how would you increase early adoption and assist ag tech getting the products into farms at a faster rate?
So I think I'm going to give you a few stats. It took us 11 years to adopt GPS. From the first time it got let out, it took farmers 11 years for half the industry to say, you know what, I don't want to drive. So we are a very slow adopting industry. Sectional control, variable rate, we still haven't hit 50% of farms yet. And that's 50% of farms. So obviously the larger farms are adopting a little quicker, but 50% of our growers aren't adopting these technologies. So we need to focus on, and in my eyes, 2 main aspects is we have to keep it simple. The more difficult we make it and the more complex, as I sit up here with the 3 people that I feel like I'm a little lower on the tech center of, but the simpler we make it, the more adoption we'll have. Because that's number one. If they have to put hours and hours into learning it and hours of implementing, that's time that farmers don't have. It's straightforward. The other one is we as an industry have to be able to show the value add. And it doesn't matter if you're a lawyer, accountant, coach, consultant, and ag tech sales. If we can't show them the value add within the first couple minutes of actually talking to them, you've lost them. Farmers are very, and I say farmers because I'm allowed to, because I'm one, but we are notoriously cost resilient. So we will look at cost before we look at a lot of other things. unless you can show me the ROI. And I'm saying quick, because if we're 10 minutes in and I haven't heard the ROI yet, you've already lost me. So I think as an industry, we have to look at our sales process and make sure that what we're creating and what we're giving the producer is actually what they're asking for and what they want. Because a lot of snake oil. This industry is full of it. It doesn't matter if you're on the fertilizer, chemical, ag tech. There's a lot of snake oil, and farmers are getting really resilient to not want to look at stuff because of it. So you as an industry, or we as an industry, have to be very good at showing that value proposition.
100%. And I know we're running tight on time, but Nav, I want to jump over to you because I haven't had the producer perspective. You're sitting across the kitchen table as a provider of ag tech, and so can you quickly talk about how you would approach the value proposition?
Yeah, I don't think it's rocket science here. I mean, in the end, and this goes back to some of the words that our CTO or our Chief Technology Officer always says. He goes, "Is it better, faster, or cheaper?" You gotta tackle one of those, and I think there is a lot of technology out there, and how do you sift through all of that? But I think you prioritize it as an end user, and you have to connect with that end user in identifying what is the issue or the challenge that you're actually trying to solve. And one technology solution applies here, but it makes no sense over on this farm. And so in being able to customize or select certain technologies that apply, and identifying what your rate limiting step is, and how that creates that quick return or positive economic benefit, right?
And I think we keep going on and on. I keep glancing at the time there. I want to just take a couple minutes to see any questions in the audience. Not that I can see you out there with these lights, but any questions? Just stick your hand up or shout. Just don't throw things. All right. Well, thanks for sharing your insights. I really enjoyed our conversation, and I hope those of you in the audience and on the live stream did too. And thanks for taking the time, and enjoy the rest of the show. Ian McDonald, a leader in the Deloitte Saskatoon office with a focus on food and agriculture. Born into a grain farming family here in Saskatchewan, where my brothers continue the family farming tradition.
I'm Tina Beaudry, and my family moved to Saskatchewan back when I was in grade 4. This has been my home since that time. It's a place where I have had incredible opportunities professionally and personally.
And now fortunate to be with Deloitte in food and agribusiness.
Deloitte has been in this province for a long period of time.
We've been here basically from the start. It feels good to know we've been in the province and part of the local community for over 100 years.
We have a practice that has an incredibly wide and deep bench across human capital, across financial advisory, across digital and tech, so we can bring together a holistic approach to some of the major challenges that the world and Saskatchewan are trying to face. Saskatchewan can lead the way in terms of protecting our agricultural sector with respect to cybersecurity. As we are evolving in terms of ag tech and digital farming and agricultural platforms, we have the opportunity to build in cybersecurity at the front end. What we don't want to see is to have our cybersecurity framework regulated from outside of the sector. What we do want to see is farmers and producers and local governments coming up with ways to make sure our data is secure with that common sense approach that Saskatchewan is really known for.
Here in Saskatchewan, we're fortunate to have many sectors that are doing really well. We have the food, the fuel, and the fertilizer the world needs right now. In 2023, we had exports of $49 billion, and of those, $35 billion were related to food, fuel, and fertilizer. Part of purpose at Deloitte is to make an impact that matters. And what we're doing with food and fertilizer here in the province, we're helping to feed the world. And through what we're doing with carbon-free nuclear energy here in the province, we're helping with the energy transition around the world.
Saskatchewan has always been innovative, but what we can do today is to leverage the ecosystem that is already in place to really amplify that and solve some of the world's biggest challenges.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Canada's Farm Show Launchpad, sponsored by Deloitte. If I may, I would really like to give a shout out to Canada's Farm Show. My name is Dave Beloff. I'm the Saskatchewan Managing Partner for Deloitte, and I'd just like to thank the Farm Show group for allowing us to be a partner. This Launchpad looks spectacular, and it breaks my heart it's the last day because it sure served its purpose well this week. It's my great honor today to introduce today's product launch by Morris Equipment. I'd like to welcome Garth Massey, Canadian Sales Marketing Manager, to the Launchpad stage to talk about the Morris 10 Series air cart.
Thank you kindly.
Boy,
probably here.
You got that one?
Yeah. Well, am I live? Is that going? Okay. Oh, wow. Now I'm coming across in big, loud voice. Wow. So, boy, am I excited to be here. What an honor to be able to work with Canada's Farm Show and this beautiful facility. And boy, did we have fun last night bringing in this new air cart. It was a very tight fit. It required a lot of resourcefulness. It required some amazing forklift driving skills. So, and what a moment to do this with Canada's Farm Show. We're all high-fiving when we got this in the door, so it was super fun. I think I'm gonna need a clicker, aren't I? Whoop, sorry about that, folks. So this should do the trick. This will help me keep me organized here today. So this is our first public introduction of the 10 Series air cart. It's a big deal for our company. This is the first major product launch for Superior Farms Equipment, of which Morris is now a part of. We see a very bright future for this product. It's very focused on customer feedback and their needs. So we really think this is going to be a good tool for them for their future needs and for the needs of today. So one more thing to mention, this is the largest available tow-between air cart in the world. So it's kind of a bit of a first, so it's quite special to be able to show this. The baby brother is in our booth. We've been walking around that all week. It's a 660 bushel model. So the balance of time that we have together today, I thought it makes sense for us to, farm equipment is always practical. It's there to solve problems and meet the challenges of our farm customers. So really, I'm going to be trying to talk about these features of this machine in references to the challenges that farmers and our customers face and how this machine is going to address it. So I'm going to talk about getting more done. There is tremendous pressure on our farmers to get their work done to try and plant more acres per day. And a big part of our design focus is around helping ease those challenges. Next is seeding with confidence, and again, long hours in the field. We want people to feel confident with the machine that they're using, that it's doing the job that they need it to be doing. We'll always have to talk about new technology, don't we, with air carts, so we're going to speak about that. And then I really want to spend the last part talking about quality and how quality expectations have evolved and what we're doing to meet those needs. So let's talk a little bit about getting more done. Now, this is a very unique place to farm in Western Canada. There's nowhere else in the world that farmers face the same challenges of having a narrow window of planting the crop and getting it done, because we've got 100 days to ripen in a crop. And we're trying to get our crop in traditionally in the month of May, and we normally have about 22 seeding days. And if you're from my neck of the woods in Biggar, Saskatchewan, we had 13 down days due to rain delays this year. So, you know, things, obviously we didn't get a crop in May this year. That's just fine. But we really have to focus on this. We're trying to get a lot done in a short period of time, so anything we can do to keep farmers' bums and tractor seats going up and down the fields putting crop in, we want to focus and try to eliminate or ease any of those time spent filling or setting the machine so they can get back in. So other markets, by contrast, they may have 60 days to plant the crop, so the pressure isn't on. And certainly lots of other markets have several seasons that they plant crops in. So unique, and we'll do what we can to ease that. So some of the ways that we looked at it from a design perspective was a complete redesign of the tanks. So of course the machine over there, we've steepened the hopper angle so it's a better emptying tank. We've, on the top of the tank, we've got 40% larger bin lids. And that probably doesn't sound that exciting until you put a conveyor up to it and you start filling it, and you find out how efficiently these tanks now fill relative to older equipment. So that's going to be well received. Certainly the customers we were working with were pretty awed by that. We have also changed the tank splits, and there's quite a bit of background research you do. Of course, I come from the agronomy background, so we know that there's optimal seeding rates that we're trying to target for plant populations. We're building tanks sized for that, and we also know that plants take up nutrients in defined ratios, and that governs fertilizer application rates. So we've designed our tanks and them. But the whole point of this is we're trying to get these tanks to empty at about the same time, and we're trying to tease a few more acres out of every fill so farmers can just get that much more done every day. So another aspect of getting more done every day is loading these tanks faster. There is a brand new conveyor. We're partnering, and you know, when you build farm equipment, you have to have good partners. And so we've decided to partner with Conveyall Equipment. They are experts in conveyors, and they have built us an extremely fast conveyor. In our testing, we're filling at 109 bushels per acre, and 109 bushels per minute, which is really, really fast. So people are going to have to be watching what they're doing when they fill us so they don't overflow. Some of the other aspects that we had feedback from our customer base make this equipment last better. We've put stainless tops and bottoms. It's a low-profile hopper that goes underneath the belly dumps that are most common that we use for filling these. So, you know, trying to make this as easy to use as possible, right? That's the name of the game. There's a new parallel linkage arm which lowers the conveyor right into the tank to fill, but it also has enough travel to take the conveyor up and out of the way so you can move your trailer ahead and then put it back down again. So these things don't seem like big things until you use this 4 times a day for 22 days. And after 88 times, if it doesn't work smoothly, you hear about it. So we're trying to listen and make things better. So we're also spending less time setting our machines. And one of the unique things about a Morris machine is we never change our metering wheels. They're permanently fixed, and what we do is we change the clearance distance of a seed plate out as we move to larger products. So that's a time saver, and there's been another series of other refinements where we're doing our settings all on one side of the tank. We're trying to reduce the amount of time we're spending setting these machines so people can get back in the tractor and get running up and down the fields, putting crop in the ground. So another major change for this new series is the tanks are all individual and they're all resting on scales. And that really lends itself to increased confidence. Formerly, you know, we would fill our tanks volumetrically. We wouldn't be certain of the product density. There'd be some packing of the product as it went down the fields. You probably didn't fill that tank perfectly, so you were never really certain of how much product you're putting in the tanks. Now, when you've got scales, you know exactly what's there, and so that's a nice confidence builder. Another thing that goes along with this, once you get these scales, well, it's a wonderful technological tool, so you're going to use that to speed up calibration time. So I think when you look at carts like this, the future is farmers may do some stationary calibration initially, but once they get their calibration factors in place, you'll see them use more dynamic calibration. So they're going to be spending less and less time outsetting and more time seeding. So we also have redesigned this small tank in front, which we're calling an optimizer tank. It's we knew that we wanted to get to progressively lower rates. Some of our markets we're seeing going with It used to be a very low rate for metering was 3 pounds per acre. Now we're trying to look ahead to the future and recognize that we need to be lower than that. And so we've developed a change of our metering system so that we can actually meter and uniformly drop seed into the airstream from 1 up to 50 pounds. So that's a handy little tank for putting a couple bulk bags of canola seed, but we made it actually a little bit oversized and due to feedback from customers, and they're telling us we're now going to use this, Garth, to stretch our acres per fill when we're planting our cereals as well. More people seed at night now than they ever have, and this is about getting crop in the ground, getting in that window of time, and so we've developed a very nice light system. And you know, we're always confident when we can see, right? So we've got lights inside the tanks now, we've got lights underneath the tanks, we've got lights on our walkways so you can see there's no tripping hazards, and then we also do a really good job of lighting up your quantum drill that's either attached to the front or on the back of the cart. So that's a confidence builder. We've progressively moved to larger tires and rims with the whole idea of reducing compaction related issues due to weight, but also I think as we move into more of a wet cycle, this will be a very warmly received feature as well. If we're not getting stuck as much, well, that's nothing but positive. Folks, these carts are big, heavy machines. This machine will hold 1,050 volumetric bushels, but from a weight standpoint, this is a 40,000 pound plus machine empty. We load it up, you're probably crowding 120,000 pounds, and you latch that onto a 45,000 pound machine, suddenly we're towing behind our tractors 160,000 pounds. We've standardized putting a braking system in this because we want to keep our customers safe. So moving to some technology aspects here. Really, technology always has to serve a purpose, and I did get some nice takeaways from the former group. Technology has to be practical and it has to be useful, and certainly that's what we're trying to do, make this better to use. Either it has to address efficiency, I think, and things like sectional control savings have been widely adopted because they are practical and they make sense to farmers. But we also, you know, variable rate applications, how can we make that better? That's an important thing, and there's elements of this that lend themselves to that. Seeding more acres per day, that's obviously a drum I'm beating here. But fleet management and data management are also other aspects that some of these large farms, as they're collecting more and more data, it's helping them manage these large operations and often I spoke with a customer this morning, his operation spans from southern Saskatchewan right up to the forest edge. So, you know, fleet management will be very vital for a person like that. So we have a long-term relationship with Topcon. Again, these relationships really matter when you develop farm equipment. So Topcon developed basically the control system. They wrote all the coding, and we've got some in the crowd here today, so that's marvelous to see you. Thanks for coming. We worked very closely hand in hand with them, and they developed our sectional control initially, but they also wrote the controls for our electric motors that drive our metering system these days. Topcon is really fabulous at geopositioning. Sometimes we get lost in talking about the mechanical aspects of the cart, but being able to predict accurately where that drill is so we can turn it off and on when we're supposed to, you never want to sleep on that, and so that's a real positive. Some of the new things that we're introducing with this series are implement sharing, implement coverage sharing. So that's basically as applied maps or seeding maps. If you've got two machines in the same field, it's sharing that information so you don't have to worry about overseeding or anything like that. That's something that's great to be able to add to the arsenal. And there is a TAP feature. It's a Topcon agricultural platform. It's an app, and it basically makes moving data from your XD Plus monitor in your tractor cab into your house, to your home office, much easier. And that's been a problem with data. There's been problems with getting data, different data forms and multiple steps. They've made this very simple, so that's very nice to add. And of course, with these electric motors, we're now able to do variable rate bisection, and a number of our early adopters and stage release partners that we've worked with the last 2 years have been taking advantage of that. And that essentially makes us able to do a better job of applying the correct rates for these variable rate fertilizer maps. Some of the carryover features that people like, of course, you want to continue with those, right? So we've got lift control. That basically automates the process of the drill lifts and lowers when you enter into headlands or other seated areas. With packing force control, our customers absolutely rave about this. When they get this set up, and you know, it's they're able to watch this operating pressure change as they go through various parts of the field. You get to a harder part, the pressure goes up. You get to more mellow part, it drops, and they say, I never realized how variable my soils are. So that's gone over well, and a lot of people that buy their machines are now using that. Extend app has been used for a number of years. You put that on your phone, and so you don't have to walk them back and forth to your tractor. When you're calibrating, you just push that information to the monitor, and we also use it to tell us what the scale weights of the tanks are when we're filling it. Quality, I hear about quality again and again from customers, and it's something that's become a fixation for our company as well. But really what it boils down to, farmers are paying a lot of money for machinery now, and you know, they have a proportionate increase in expectations for quality as well. So we've been, you know, we kind of understand who our customers are and what their expectations are. So our brand is known for accuracy and reliability, so that's always in the background that we can't slip on that. But we also, you know, to address that, we've used some probably overbuilt componentry in the electric motors. They are a brushless, maintenance-free motor that are going to give years and years of service, and that's really the goal. Yeah, it's building in some extra costs, but farmers just don't like breakdowns and downtime, so we're trying to address that by just building good stuff. And if we look at the stainless steel that decorates, there's lots of nice lights shining on this machine, isn't there? But you can see the pipes are stainless steel, and the metering body is stainless steel, and conveyor top and bottom is. So anywhere that we've got that potential for fertilizer dust to collect and start corroding, you've seen a real progression over the years with Morris products where we're adding this, and the whole idea, we want this machine to look good and to last. And you know, I guess one more aspect, 2024, the Superior Farms family has all of its factories now applying powder coat paint, which is such a uniform, durable coating, so we're really pleased about that. Whole goal of this, of course, make this machine last and have it look good when you go to trade it, so you get good retained value. So one last thing to talk about is we want to have that quality of experience, and you know, sometimes there's just a lot of little things that you want to improve, and one of the things, and you can't see it, it's on the other side of the cart here, but when you get a chance afterwards, take a look at our staircase. That's something that's a really nice improvement. So I can remember a specific conversation with a short of stature customer, and they were really struggling with using the stairs with our former generation of air carts. This new one's got 3 steps that just flip up on a gas shock. That's going to make a difference for that farmer, and it's kind of designed in such a way. All of us that farm have been guilty of leaving a staircase down, and then sometimes it can be damaged and ensues from that. So this is designed to kind of be a fail-safe. If you forget it down, it's probably just going to bump and pop up on that gas shock. So if you can kind of design some of those things into it, and again, 22 days of seeding, filling 4 times a day, lifting and lowering that 88 times, the better you can make that, the better experience you have for your customers. So, of course, we're very, very proud of this machine. We've put a lot of work and energy into it, and we think it's going to go a long ways to help our farmers and our customers meet their challenges of planting more acres every day, seeding with confidence, being able to reach their farm goals today and into the future with intelligent application of new technology, and in the end, have a very high quality machine that is good to use, gives them years of service, and retains its value when they go to trade it in on a new Morse machine. So I thank you kindly for your attention, and I didn't want to speak too long because the fun part is actually talking one-on-one and networking and looking at the machine. So I'd like to move to that segment. Thank you again to Canada's Farm Show, to all of you that came and gave me your attention. All the best.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Launchpad at Canada's Farm Show. Our next Ag Talk is titled A Supply Chain Solution for Grain Grading Frustrations. And I'm about to welcome to the stage Kim Keller, the Vice President of Commercial Development at Ground Truth Ag. Kim brings on-farm experience as she farms with her parents and brother in Northeast Saskatchewan. And she sees firsthand how technology can play a vital role on the farm as she co-founded Farm at Hand, the farm management platform, back in 2016. She has also co-founded 2 not-for-profit organizations, the Do More Ag Foundation and Sask Women in Ag. As part of the Ground Truth Agriculture team, Kim is working to bring automated grain grading throughout the supply chain to drive consistency and reliability throughout the grading process. Please join me in welcoming Kim Keller to the stage.
Thank you. Technology has played a major role in the transformation of agriculture, and our supply chain has been a major benefactor of that technological shift. This sample in this bag holds a lot of power. When I, as a farmer, send this off to different buyers to be graded, it determines what and where I sell. It can mean the difference between a good year and a great year. This sample is meant to represent a lot of bushels, not only on my farm, but across the supply chain. But does it always? I really, really hope so. Otherwise, a lot of us have left a lot of money on the table. This sample is just one part of it, though. I bet if I pass this around in the audience, I would get a few different grades and also a few different grading factors present in the sample. And that's because we all see things slightly differently. Our mood, the kind of day we're having, even the interaction we just had prior to looking at this sample has an impact on how we see it. And that hasn't changed for over 100 years for anyone in the supply chain. Our supply chain is complex. It has many stakeholders, products change hands multiple times, and we all have competing objectives, except for one that we all have in common: to move product down the line to the next stakeholder and get paid doing it. Our supply chain is a chain, and each and every stakeholder along the way is a link in that chain. And each link has to do its part in order for our supply chain to be successful. Because as we know, one link on a chain can't do it all. The entire chain is needed. But sometimes, when it comes to quality information and grading, our supply chain doesn't always work as a chain. It works as links laying side by side. And that doesn't make our supply chain as strong as it needs to be, and can create a whole pile of frustrations. Frustrations that I, as a farmer, thought I was the only one that experienced. And now, I absolutely hate to say this, but I actually thought that others benefited from those frustrations. But now, being over at Ground Truth and having the opportunity to speak to multiple different stakeholders, I've come to realize that everyone experiences those frustrations, and they all hate them just as much as I do. The frustrations we all experience, they're not new. Like I just said, nothing has changed in how we assess quality and grade in a very long time. We assess quality and grade using a largely visual, manual, and subjective process, right from the start. We're unloading the grain from the field, we use a scoop, we dump it into a pail, we bag that up, and we send it off to different buyers to be graded. Once it's there, It gets split up, it's picked through by hand to identify and assess any of the factors present that can be affecting quality. It's then entered manually again into an internal system where it stays. While that grain moves on, it's bought, sold, transacted upon. That whole process takes a lot of time. Not to mention, it relies on us humans doing the same process over and over again absolutely perfectly. And we all know as humans, we're not perfect, nor do we really excel at doing the exact same task in the exact same ways over and over. In my previous company, we had a design mantra that we built product for farmers and agriculture and those around. Big fingers, bad eyes. That was something we really had to tackle when it came to designing an app. And much to my surprise, it's still something that we have to handle in grain grading because the process is so manual and it's so visual. Because we all see things differently, even if we're trained to see the exact same things. We all get tired, we all have bad days, and that affects how we do our job. Now, in some jobs, that doesn't matter. But in a process that is largely visual, it can create a whole host of issues. Not to mention having to train folks to identify many different crop characteristics across many different crop types, and lots of which don't come around all the time. And then asking them to remember exactly what they looked like when they were trained on them. That sounds like a pretty tough gig to me, and absolutely hats off to any of the grain graders out there. Now, don't get me wrong, we have used technology in some ways. We use technology for things like falling number, vomitoxin, protein, moisture. But we haven't gone far enough because some of those destructive tests still require us humans to do manual things as a part of the testing. And that has an impact on us all. From me, the farmer, to me, the consumer, buying something at the grocery store, and everyone who transacts on that grain in between. This leaves us wide open to a whole bunch of risks, not only with the grading process itself, but also all the other variables that pop up on farm, in facility, or anywhere else on the supply chain. As grain moves throughout the supply chain, those quality assessments and maintaining that quality profile becomes even more important because that grain is split and combined many times before it ever reaches its destination. If we think about it from a global markets perspective, it is not enough that we have an abundance of product to offer the market. We also have to have reliable and consistent quality in abundance to offer the market. Otherwise, our customers go elsewhere. Our speed to market as competition continues to grow globally becomes a huge hurdle for us. And our inability to assess quality quickly doesn't help us overcome that hurdle. But what if? What if we could say, I can't believe I used to grade grain by hand? In the same way, we now often say, what did we do before auto steer? We just heard people up here before say, when GPS goes down, equipment doesn't move. What if we could say the same thing about grain grading? What if we looked at our supply chain as a fully functioning chain that worked together to complete complex tasks in repeatable ways, no matter where that grain was? What if we took a complete end-to-end supply chain approach to tackle our frustrations and the biggest barriers we experience with grading? What if we took our existing supply chain and utilized and maximized it beyond just the physical movement of product? And in the process, removed redundancies, complexities, and efficiencies in a way that benefited everyone. We can, we should, and it's up to us to implement it in a way that makes sense. That's where AI comes in. And I know we've all heard it. AI is going to solve all of our problems today. Well, I don't think that's exactly the case today, but there are things that AI can do for us. And it's not going to fully replace humans, but it can take care of things that we sometimes struggle with. When it comes to grading, AI excels at things like pattern recognition, image recognition, and automation. And humans are good at some of these things as well, but we suffer from barriers. For example, when we are grading grain, we're often trained to identify the grading factor. And sometimes because of that, we can miss the forest for the trees. We have a limited capacity and we get a narrow band of focus. AI doesn't suffer from this, and that's changing how we're approaching finding solutions in agriculture. We've all experienced change when it comes to the agriculture industry. From field management practices, to products and inputs, to our equipment. Not a lot within agriculture has remained unchanged. We are no stranger to change. The latest revolution that we've all been a part of is the digital revolution. Yet here, we still hit our heads against the wall when it comes to these grading frustrations, which by design, no one in the supply chain is responsible for creating, yet we all experience. And the further down the line, well, it's a bigger headache and more zeros attached to it. The next revolution that we're at the forefront of that we can use specifically when it comes to grading is AI, data correlation, and automation. The difference between digital and AI is in who is making those decisions. With AI, those decisions are being made automatically. And this is going to have a huge impact because we can utilize all of the technology that we've already embraced, and it's going to provide leaps forward when it comes to things like quality assessment, because that is an area that needs a decision every single time. So how can we use AI in ways that make sense to ease these grading frustrations, uncomplicate a very complicated process, and deliver real results without adding added burden to the humans using it? Well, what if we automated the grain grading process itself? What does automated grain grading for the entire supply chain look like? What do I even mean when I say that? Well, I mean using both hardware and software to alleviate the need to grade grain by hand, visually and subjectively, as we do it today. Where we don't just identify a handful of characteristics, we identify all of the characteristics. Grain is transacted upon using grade, and grade requires us to identify and analyze all of the different factors present that are impacting quality. So we have to be able to replicate and automate that robust and comprehensive approach. Automated grain grading that takes the best of AI and what humans do to meet regulatory standards to do the full grading for us. This helps create that supply chain that is fully connected because the grain is analyzed and graded the exact same way no matter where it is in the supply chain. On farm, in facility, on rail, in processing, at port, and even at destination country. So how does this become possible? Automated grain grading, farm to destination. Well, that's what makes it different, what we're doing over at Ground Truth Ag. Our infrastructure is backed by powerful AI machine learning models and near-infrared spectroscopy calibrations that automatically grade grain no matter where it is in the supply chain and no matter who is running one of our units. We have created a way to automatically grade grain the exact same way no matter where it is. And that is key in making this process work. And in order to be able to grade automatically, no matter where it was, without any type of staging, we have to be able to grade on high throughput bulk grain in a few different ways. On a benchtop, on a combine, and in line. Our benchtop unit can be used on farm, in facility, or anywhere that grain is analyzed using a sample. You pour a sample in, you walk away, and a few minutes later, you have a full grading result that you can move that grain on. Our on-combine unit will be installed on combine and will automatically collect and analyze grain to build full quality maps of your field that then can be used for marketing decisions and agronomic decisions. And lastly, our inline units will be installed on farm, in a bin yard, or in a facility anywhere that grain is moved to automatically create those same quality profiles for any bin, silo, transport container, or storage facility you might have. But the most important part of all of that is that each of these units uses the exact same technology. Each of these units analyzes and grades the exact same way. That's what removes those opportunities for the subjectivities, the complexities, and the efficiencies that we see today. We don't change the supply chain. We just change how we handle quality assessment throughout the supply chain. We harness the power of AI to bring about significant changes to how we grade grain, assess quality, move information through, and ultimately deliver product to our end user. We remove the subjectivity, the noise, the frustrations that come with how we do it today, and we find ourselves with a more accurate, consistent, efficient, and comprehensive process for the entire supply chain. This is actually possible today. We have started using tech and AI to deliver automation where it makes sense, to be able to generate that real-time grain quality data we all need to move our grain. At Ground Truth Ag, we're driving tech in a way that connects the links on the supply chain, alleviates frustrations, and brings about real opportunities for industry-changing efficiencies and gains. Thank you guys so much for your time today. I really appreciate it. We absolutely would love to hear from you. So if you have any questions, any comments, you can find us on any of our social platforms or at groundtruth.ag. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kim. And we do have microphones, so if anybody had any questions from the audience, we're happy to pass the microphone along. I certainly appreciate your presentation, Kim. Thanks. And I know that farmers are problem solvers, and our frustrations with the grain grading system have been going on for many, many years. So I'm personally really excited about what you guys are developing and how you're going to bring some stability to our grain grading. So
we're really excited about it too.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kim will be around for a few minutes if you do have any questions.
Thank you.
We know farming isn't an 8 to 5 business. That's why we want to give you the tools to do business anywhere, anytime. With MyViterra, you have a powerful tool at your fingertips to stay connected no matter where you are. Create online contracts, receive customized alerts, view your account information, and access grain prices in real time. Talk to your rep today and find out more about how you can harness the power of MyViterra, keeping you connected in real time. This is MyViterra.
she says with trepidation. No. It's fine. We're going to be fine. I think they're doing a video-y thing. Good? Or, no, we're good. Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is a moment that I've been waiting for all week. I'm very excited about this afternoon. Up next, we're excited to bring you the Launch Your Career in Agriculture event, a partnership with Agricultural Manufacturers of Canada. This event provides job seekers a chance to network with experts and potential employers in the agriculture industry, just like you. Canada's Farm Show, presented by Viterra, believes in fostering an environment that encourages young talent, new Canadians, and skilled workers to join our industry and connect them with industry leaders. You guys, all of the cool kids are in agriculture. We know that. This event is designed to do just that, provide students and aspiring professionals with an avenue to engage with leading manufacturers, suppliers, and all other agriculture-related companies here today. So before we get to the career fair, let's start with a lively panel session on the challenges and opportunities related to careers in agriculture. Joining me on stage, we have Laura Thibault, Program Coordinator at Great Plains College. You want to grab a microphone, Laura? Sure. It'll save you from yelling. Emily Stade, a student from Great Plains College. Lene Duplessis, also from Great Plains College. And Corey Ochitwa, Director of Engineering Right-Way Management and Morris Equipment Limited. So thanks everyone for joining me. An absolute pleasure. Do you need a mic test? Everybody feels good? Getting comfortable? Okay, we're just going to start. I want you to tell us a little bit about yourself. Always, if I'm going to do a panel question, I want to know if you are yourselves a farm kid or if you have found a love for agriculture in some other way. So we'll start with you, Laura. Tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do, and were you a farm kid?
Sure. I grew up in northwestern Saskatchewan on a farm, mostly cattle. I showed horned Herefords for years. Always had an interest in ag, was part of 4-H all through school. Did my ag degree at the U of S and worked in ag for a few years and went back and finished my education degree and taught in ag and in sciences for the last about 18 years and found myself moving to Swift Current and got a role in Great Plains College working with the ag program there.
Very good. Emily.
My name is Emily, and I grew up outside of Swift Current on an acreage. My grandparents farmed, but us kids never really involved. My role on this panel is I just finished my first year of the agriculture science program in Swift Current.
You finished your first year.
Yes.
Are you feeling good about your first year? Are you relieved?
Yes.
You can't wait to go back. Both.
Bit of both, yeah.
Bit of both. Very good. That's a big accomplishment. Congratulations
Thank
finishing
you.
your first year. Lene.
So I grew up right outside of Swift Current, and my grandparents always had a farm, and we were kind of involved, not a lot. And then I've just always had a passion for it and loved being outside and helping them. I was a student at Great Plains College, and I finished my second year in Lakeland this year, and I'm going back to get my degree.
Very good. Do you have a favorite class?
Probably pesticides.
Pesticides. Very good. Okay. Corey.
So yeah, I'm Corey. Grew up on a family farm just north of Norquay, Saskatchewan, so east central Saskatchewan. Went to university at the U of S, got mechanical engineering degree, and while I was doing that, I got some summer jobs in the agricultural industry in a manufacturer, and has kind of been stuck there ever since.
Sometimes it starts with a summer job, doesn't it? Well, tell us a little bit more about that, Corey. What do you enjoy the most about your current role and maybe some of those summer jobs? I know there's lessons we all take away from our summer jobs. So were there some lessons from that kept you inside this industry, or did we just handcuff you and that's why you're still here?
Well, not quite that, but summer jobs are a little bit in the rearview mirror now, as you can tell. But what I love about being in the industry is being able to see the product start to finish, comes in as raw steel into the plant, goes through the weld room, goes through the paint line, goes through assembly, get shipped out to the dealership, and then go visit those customers in the field, see how they're using the product, see what challenges they're facing, how you can make improvements and make their job easier and more efficient on the farm too, right? Because labor has always been a challenge everywhere, and that's kind of why we're here today, trying to get more people involved in the ag ecosystem, and there's a wide breadth of things that can be done.
Yeah. Laura, maybe we'll go over to you. Tell us a bit more about your role at Green Plains College, and what are some of the favorite parts of that? If you were going to sell somebody in the audience on your exact job right now, what would that sales pitch look like?
Sure. I currently work as a program coordinator, so one of my responsibilities is the ag program. And we've been there, this will be our 3rd year, developing agriculture. And I think the biggest thing for me is working at a regional college is I get to build relationships with community. I get to take students and introduce them to industry in their communities and give them relationships and build a sense of community with our students. And we get to support our students depending on with flexibility, if they have learning issues, if they don't want to leave the farm and it's close to home, they have the opportunities to do that. And again, giving them a great basis in education in agriculture. They don't have to know agriculture, and we've had students kind of like Emily where haven't had a lot of exposure, and build those opportunities within the field of agriculture, within industry, so that they have a community when they leave. So it's really kind of neat to see that, and some of our students have come back today, and I think that's really kind of building those relationships and having them together. It's just a kind of a neat experience.
What is the enrollment like at Green Plains College? And then maybe in general, what is enrollment like for post-secondary agriculture programs?
So our program is brokered through Lakeland College, so we do the first-year crop tech program. We started out, this is our 3rd year. Our first year we started with 5 students. Last year we were down to 4, but we also have students in Yorkton, Melfort, and Humboldt. So there are 4 of us colleges that are working together. Instruction is remote, sometimes in person, and then our labs are in person. So we've had in that 12 to 15 ratio. This year in Swift Current this fall we have 9 coming in.
Very good.
And looking towards growing the program even more, giving those students an opportunity to be closer to home and still get a great education and have some opportunities to go back to the farm if they need to, but also to have connections with the industry people that are within their communities, so they're not having to go a long ways or having to build those relationships themselves.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to hear more from the students. Emily, you have 1 year under your belt, and Lene, you have 2 years under your belt now. Tell us about the expectations you had. I mean, I have so much appreciation, I know all the other adults do, for the choices that you have when you're graduating grade 12. You know, my grandma passed away recently. She was 97. And she was telling me about, she could be a nurse or a teacher. Those were the 2 things that she wanted to do. And I asked her if she had other options. She said, not really. And now there are endless opportunities for students. So something about the agriculture industry made you want to go back to school and learn more about the industry. So what were your expectations like in grade 12? And what made you decide that agriculture is where you want to be?
So when I graduated, I actually just graduated last year because I took some time off from high school and went back. I wasn't too sure what I was really looking for, but then I met Laura at the open house, and she was just like, hey, think about this, the agriculture science program. I think it might be a good fit. And I was like, you know what, that doesn't sound like too bad of an idea, because it was either I could do nursing in Swift Current if I got into that course, or it'd be one of the business courses. And I was like, ag seems more interesting, more kind of my style than any of those other ones.
Laura, did you know that you had that kind of impact? Think of the influence you could have just walking around at all of these schools. Did she cast a spell on you? What happened in that conversation?
Yeah, I don't really know what happened there, but yeah, she just kind of talked to me and was like, hey, it's a great opportunity. I would highly recommend doing it. So she convinced me to do it, and then somehow I convinced my sister to join her class, or join the class as well. So yeah, she works wonders, Laura.
That's amazing. And I know that I just met Laura, but I would venture a guess that her genuine, authentic interest and passion for the industry was evident.
Oh,
and that's part of the sales pitch, right?
Oh.
We all love this.
Yeah. yeah, it's just that, and just being able to go and talk to her about, it could be school-related problems, it could be any related problems, and just having her there to kind of help you and walk you through it if you needed it.
Very good. Lene, let's move to you.
For me personally, it was watching my dad and my grandparents just always on the farm and seeing how passionate my dad was for something. And then I know I won't be able to sit in an office all day or be inside all day. So I was kind of like, oh, okay, this would be fun. Like, I'll be outside and everything. And then my first year, I was actually in Vermilion, but it's 5 hours away from home, so it was a little tough. And then I called Swift, and then I talked to Laura, and then I transferred to Swift. And quite frankly, I don't think I would have done my second year if it wasn't for Laura. She helped me out a lot. And during the summer, when I still had some classes that I had to finish because of the school and how the semesters were different, Laura took me and she just take me to do all the classes in the summer, and I graduated with my diploma, and it was all because of Laura.
That's really amazing. We should give a round of applause for Laura. Congratulations, Laura. Yeah. Okay. That was really powerful. And I think if we're talking about, tips and tricks, one of the takeaways for me already is that we need to be talking about our love for the industry to young people so that they can really feel that and know that there's opportunity. Okay, on the flip side of that are the challenges that we face. So Corey, I'll maybe start with you because I don't have Kleenex for Laura, so we'll give her a minute. Corey, what are the challenges that we're facing in generating that excitement?
Well, I think you can see it everywhere you go. Like the amount of people available for the jobs that are open is small compared to, the needs that everybody has across everywhere. So that's, one of the biggest challenges we see is how do you attract these people? How do you tell them about ag? Get them excited about ag and show them that this is an important part of everybody's lives, because without ag, you don't eat. So how do we get that message out there, get that to the people and have them say, hey, that looks like something I could contribute to and have a good feeling at the end of the day.
So Laura, can you share with us, because we've got 2 success stories, but likely lots that we're missing. There's lots of students that have slipped through the cracks. So what are the challenges that you face in post-secondary? And maybe it's just a matter of all the competition that's out there. But what are the challenges you face in getting people into this industry?
Yeah, I think a big thing is kind of that perception of ag is strictly farming, and getting that perception of there are so many opportunities within ag that don't just involve getting in a tractor. There is IT, there's business, there's all sorts of opportunities, and it's really up to you to get in there and do that and find those opportunities for you. I think for us too, there's always been this perception of you need to go to the city to get an education, and we're hoping to change that and hoping to be able to give our students the relationships with their community members and educate them in their communities or not far from their communities, so that we can build those relationships, and so people like Corey can find employers or employees that want to stay there. They grew up there, they're comfortable there, they know their stuff, and they can seamlessly transition into their communities, and looking for how we can do that. And so some of it is growing at a pace that's comfortable and manageable for us, looking forward and looking what the prospects are. And I have a lot of ideas, I guess, of what I'd like to see, but just understanding that the regional colleges still are a great place to get education, and we're really focused on bringing that education in and bringing those people hands-on in a community place. There is so much knowledge in some of our smaller communities in ag because so many people are not living in the cities. And so taking advantage of that knowledge and using that knowledge to help our students and help our employers find employees and match them as community members is kind of some of our challenges as well.
So on a really, truly practical level, you talked about young people living in rural communities, perhaps not wanting to move to those urban centers. Is that a legitimate concern that students have when they're leaving those small towns?
Absolutely. I think when you come from a really small community and you have that support, and then you move to a city, you're learning to adult, and you're learning to go to school, and you're learning how you learn, and you're learning who you are. There's a lot of pieces in that that are really complicated. And I think that's where our regional college system can really shine and grow, is that we can take any hardships, we can work with you, we have a flexible system. Like Lene came, she was short 2 classes. I taught her those classes over the summer. So we have some opportunities to do that. If life gets in the way, we all know that happens with students. We have opportunities to delay, to move around. But it also gives them a support system. And so we support them at our college level. We make sure that we build a relationship in the classroom and as well with our instructors and with our community members, so that these students have a support system when they leave. They don't have to just go back to their community and start all over again. They have people they can call. And I think that's a huge piece that we're missing in ag, is that mentorship, that role playing, and that sense of community of how do we support the people coming into ag. Not just the ones that grew up on a farm, but those who are coming in from other cultures or how do we support them as a community and as we grow, so that we have people that stay long term.
And to the students, same question. What are the challenges, and can you help us identify them? Because if we don't know the problem, it's hard to solve it. So what do you see as some of those challenges?
I would say some of the challenges is when you don't come from an agriculture background, it is very, very intimidating to go into school or into that career, because you feel like you're so far behind in the knowledge, in the industry, that you're like, did I make the right choice going this way? Because I didn't grow up, driving a tractor or a combine. I don't know anything about crops. Did I make a mistake? But I did find as soon as you talk to the people in the classrooms, they are more than willing to help. They will, they'll sit down with you and be like, hey, this is how it goes. And they will work with you until you get it.
I totally agree with that. And for me, now that I have a summer job, it's hard because they just expect you to know all these things, or just assume you know all these things. And then once you go out to do it, you're like, oh, I don't know how to do this. And when you ask, they're not willing to teach, or they just don't think that they don't need to teach you how to do it, just because they all are in the job for so many years already, and you're still new and you're just trying to learn how to do this. And yeah.
Emily, I'd like to go back to something you mentioned, that was the intimidation factor. Without anybody else, put your hands up if you experienced intimidation at some point in your agriculture career. Without question, that can be an obstacle. So, Corey, maybe I'll ask this of you. First of all, did you also have intimidation as part of an obstacle for you coming into the industry? And how do we address that issue in particular?
I don't know that I necessarily faced any intimidation getting into the industry, but there's been intimidating moments throughout the career, right? It's a stressful time when people are trying to put their crops in and the machine that we provide them doesn't work. So, sometimes those aren't the most pleasant circumstances to go out there, but you have to kind of put the emotions aside and say, okay, we know there's a problem. How can we fix the problem, get your crop in the field and get you moving? So that's been my experience with intimidation. It'd be more from a customer standpoint, and that's that aspect of it. So there's been some challenging times over the years, but at the end of the day, the crops always seem to come up and get in the bin at the end of the fall. So generally a good success that way.
What about from your perspective, Laura, on that intimidation factor?
Yeah, actually, I've seen quite a bit of it. I entered in the early 90s into the ag field, and of course, being a woman in ag at that time was not necessarily as respected as maybe it is today, the amount of knowledge. But I think what I did take from that is I learned that there has to be a different way. And so getting my education degree and working through education and talking about community and even creating community in classroom was a huge focus for me. And I think that's a huge piece that we really need to work on, is how can we turn our opportunities into small towns of how do we enrich our community by bringing new people in? How do we grow? How do we get some new ideas and be a part of that community? And that's a huge thing for me, is I want my students to go out and work in the industry, but know that if there's an issue, they can still call me, right? I'm still part of their network. I'm part of their community, and their employers as we go and their instructors will always be part of that community. And so when that intimidation comes up or that fear, we can walk through it. We've all been there, we've seen it, and I've experienced it a ton, and I think sometimes I have to learn to step back, and sometimes I have to pivot, and sometimes I just have to go around those issues. Sometimes you have to act first and beg for forgiveness later. That's right. If you've got people holding up a roadblock or in trying to stop you from doing your job, there's always a way around it. You just have to take some time to figure that out.
I would say for me personally, having experienced some of that intimidation, the best way for me to get through that and learn that was to have some really important mentors in my life. And I'm wondering if we can even go around and just talk about either some experiences you have of being a mentor or having a mentor in your life and what impact that has had for you. Corey, maybe we'll start with you.
Yeah, not so much mentors. People, I guess, yeah, they were mentors. People worked with early in my career that spent the time to, pass along the knowledge that they've gained over the years. And then, in the last few years, having people work alongside me on teams, let them experience some of those hardships and failures when you do, because I've always been of the mindset that, you learn by making mistakes and improving, right? If you only have wins, you never really truly learn anything. So that's what I took away from my mentors. They gave me the ability to make those small mistakes, but not have complete failure. So yeah, that was probably my biggest takeaway.
How about for you, Lene?
I would definitely say that my biggest mentors would be my parents, because they show me to never give up. And even if I did something wrong, they're always like, okay, but like this is how you could fix it, or this is how you should do it. And especially my dad, because he always has some idea or always shows me how to do something when I would have done it completely different. And definitely Laura, because, well, she did do a lot for me last year. And still, even if I have questions, I can just give her a text and she'll always answer and help me.
I'd say in like the agriculture field of mentor would definitely be Laura. Just because, yeah, she has, she's just been there to help. If, you got stuck on an assignment or on anything, you could go to her. But even just the other teachers or the lab instructors, they, if you got stuck on a question, you could text them at 10 o'clock at night and be like, hey, you might get a little bit like, okay, why aren't you asleep from them? But they will still definitely, they'll be like, yeah, like, I'll help you right now, or like, we'll talk about it in the morning, like, we'll get this worked out and figured out for you.
I think that really could be an amazing selling feature for these rural colleges is the personal connection. You can get lost a little bit in some of the bigger campuses and bigger programming. We're fortunate that things can be very specific. There's few of us, and you can get some really personal help. Laura, for you on the mentorship piece.
Yeah, I had a few mentorship. I was in sales, ag sales for a few years, and had a few people who had a lot of experience and really walked me through some of those tense situations or hard situations to deal with, which was super helpful. And again, their mentorship turned me into somebody who wants to mentor other people and provide that background of how to walk through this. It's okay, like you said, mistakes can be fixed. Everybody's gonna make mistakes. It's okay to make mistakes. And then, okay, what do we learn from it? And how do we grow, right? So that we can be the mentor that we had at one time.
Yes, it's such a good point. I've had some truly incredible mentors in my life, and a lot of them that I continue to feel grateful for every day. And then I was asked to be a mentor, and I thought, how ridiculous is that? I surely don't have anything that I can pass on to somebody. And I reluctantly signed onto the program, and I can tell you that as much as you've learned from your mentors, like Laura, I have learned from my mentee. And we speak on a very regular basis, well outside the parameters of that formal program. And so I encourage you to remember what mentors have done for you and then return the favor, right? Then pay it forward and become a mentor. And by this, I don't remember when we started that program, but apparently you're never too young to be a mentor. I was pretty sure I was too young for that program, but I've learned an awful lot being on both sides of that mentorship piece, so I would encourage that. Okay, because we're gearing up for the career fair, everybody's going to be walking around and meeting all great kinds of people. We need to know what your advice is for anyone that is considering a career in agriculture. Let's start pointing. Everybody point to one person. We'll see who starts. Okay, Corey, you're
Okay, I
in.
can start here. My piece of advice is take a look at what all the companies have to offer. And I think it was mentioned earlier here, ag is not just out in the field in the dirt. There's business, there's AI, there are drones, it's aeronautics. There's a wide range of opportunities out there that all link back to ag, but you can do pretty much anything that anybody's doing in the world and relate it back to ag and focus on ag. So that's my advice. Take a look at what's out there. What interests you, you'll find a company that can offer it for you.
That's great advice, Corey. And I've gone in to talk to a lot of grade 12 classes, and I would challenge them to think of any career or any interest that they have and not find a connection back to food and agriculture. So good advice. What about for you, Lene? Some advice?
You definitely don't have to own a farm or come from a farm, but if you're really passionate about anything in agriculture and like you said, like business or anything, there's always going to be a job opportunity, and if you're willing to learn how to do it, you'll always have a job.
And my piece of advice would be is just jump into it. I feel with agriculture, you can't just ease your way in. You kind of just got to go full for it. And, you'll have the people to ask the questions and get your help. But yeah, just definitely jump into it.
Just an ice bath plunge, polar dip, dump into it. Okay? Thanks, Emily. Laura, piece of advice.
For me would be connections. Build connections, and don't be afraid to create change and opportunities within your communities. We have lots of small towns which are getting smaller and smaller and dying out. Don't be afraid to bring new people in, support them, bring them in as part of your community, and enrich your communities. There is so much opportunity out there, and there is so many opportunities for people who just even don't have a background in ag. But let's build those all as a community and support one another. That's a huge piece. Look for mentors, look for mentees. Everybody has something to offer.
So for our audience members that are here, we have a whole panel of people excited about the agriculture industry. Are there any questions that you folks have? We've got a microphone that we can pass around, but you might have to wave to me. Oh, any questions that you might have for the panelists? There's two more students in front of me. Should we get them to introduce themselves?
Yeah.
Okay, where's the students? This one? Tell us your name and what program are you in?
I'm Callie Stade. I'm Emily's sister from Swift Current at the Great Plains College.
Oh, you're the one that she coerced. Okay, good. And what program?
The Agriculture Science Certificate.
Do you have a piece of advice for people going into the agriculture industry? See, you didn't ask a question, so I get to ask one of you.
It was hard going in and not having a background of it, but like she said, just jump right into it because we have gained so much knowledge this year and we both are going to go really far with it, and I'm excited for the future.
I'm excited for these sisters. Really, truly, it's so heartwarming. Thank you. And for you, tell us your name and the program that you're in.
My name is Brock Tendler, and I did the Agriculture Science in Swift.
Very good. And do you have some advice? And what are you looking forward to walking around in the career fair today?
My advice would be, even if you're from a small town, I was very hesitant to move to a city, and I guess I did. I just jumped into it and got through it, and still deciding if I will ever decide to go back for a second year or not. Depends if Laura convinces me or not.
It sounds like she has an awful lot of influence, so I'm hopeful. Do you have any goals for wandering around on the career fair today?
I guess the goal would be just to, keep different things in mind and, always keep it in the back of your head in case you think to change something or make a new goal.
Yeah, just like Lene said, just keep an open mind. Just when you think you know all and everything about the industry, something else pops up.
Well, let's give a really big round of applause for all of our panelists, Laura, Emily, Lene, and Corey. Thank you all very much for being here. It's been great to connect with all of you, and I certainly wish you all of the best at the career fair. Let's watch a video clip about AMC Careers in Agriculture program.
Any skill set you have, we're going to need it just like any other industry would. So I encourage everyone to have a good look at agriculture.
CareersInAg.ca is a partnership with industry, academia, and government to ensure that our manufacturers have the talent that they need now and in the future.
If someone wanted to get into a career in ag, I think definitely just exploring the options and kind of figuring out what excites you. You know, what lane do you want to be in?
You can weld, fab, assemble, paint. There's many office jobs available. So it really depends on what you're engaged in and what would be a good fit for you.
I am very fortunate in our role in the marketing department that we get to touch on every different component of our company. So we're working with customer service, we're working with engineering, we're working with the actual manufacturing team, the assembly team, and then we're in the field with the field reps, setting up trade shows and just getting ourselves involved.
There's so many different things that you can be doing, and it's such a big field that I believe that there's really something for everyone out there.
I just knew that I wanted to build and create, and then, you know, being in the prairies, the best opportunity to do that is within the ag industry.
Technology moves so much faster than I think the average person thinks. There's a lot of opportunities for different careers, and if you're someone that's addicted to new technology coming out and helping the industry figure out how they're going to use it and embrace it and accept it, ag is probably one of the world leaders.
We've never had an initiative that has this magnitude to act on behalf of the entire industry and to incent people into careers in ag manufacturing.
If you're from a rural area or you're from the city, your knowledge or your hunger for a role in agriculture, there's an option for you and there's growth opportunities for you no matter where you look.
A career in ag, it could be for you.
Oh, just watching that video just gives me goosebumps. If anyone is interested in learning more, they can visit the website at careersinag.ca. There's online job board where you can peruse all different kinds of careers with AMC members and companies and learn more about the Future Forward Scholarship Program. Folks, tonight is your opportunity to launch your career in agriculture, and I encourage each of you to tour through the trade show and look for the booths that have the Now Hiring signage. We have an example of the signage just here on the corner of the stage. So look for that signage amongst all of our exhibitors and trade show booths. You'll find some of those. Be sure to stop in and ask them about their career opportunities. Put these tips that we learned here to the test and connect with your future employees. Thank you all so very much for joining us. That concludes our programming portion of Canada's Farm Show Launchpad presented by Deloitte. The Farmhouse Lounge at the back is open until 4 o'clock, so enjoy a beverage and continue to networking, and we will see you all in March. Thanks very much for joining us.
For over 140 years, the Regina Exhibition Association has united people to celebrate. For over 140 years.